Boa tarde. Vamos retomar as atividades aqui do Fórum 19.
Good afternoon. Let's resume our afternoon activities.
Semana de Infraestrutura do NIC.
We are part of our Infrastructure Week at NIC.br.
Queria pedir favor aqui para os flamenguistas que estiverem na plateia, que sai gol do Flamengo que...
Oh, there is a soccer game going on, Flamengo, so just to break the ice, do not get distracted while supporting your team. Anyway, we are going to have a panel on the set of actions for the development of a Brazilian digital infrastructure of data centers. Let me invite the moderator, Eurípides Cilento Filho. He is with NIC.br, and he's going to be the moderator, as I said.
Obrigado, Júlio.
Thank you, Júlio.
Milton e ao Júlio aqui por
Thank you, Milton. Thank you, Julio, for inviting me to be the moderator of this panel. High expectations here. Let me invite our three discussants here. Cristiane Howen. Let me read her bio. I'm going to try to sum it up. She has her PhD in economics in Columbia. She has her master in scientific technological policy. Her bachelor is in economics. She's also a specialist in innovation policies, and for 15 years she's been working with public management. She is a federal civil servant worker in the area of science and technology, and she has worked at different areas of the federal government. She worked for Inmetro. She was assistant of the Ministry of Science and Technology, researcher of the Brazilian Institute of Science and Technology, technical assistant of the Department of Digital Policies of the Ministry of Science, Technology, Innovation and Communication, general coordinator of improvement of projects of innovation and entrepreneurship of the Professional Education Department. She is the coordinator of the institutional affairs of the Brazilian Company of Research and Innovation. She currently works with the Department of Digital Transformation and Innovation with the Secretary of Industrial Development. Thank you very much for joining us, Cristiane. Let me also invite our two other speakers, Carlos Azan. He is a production engineer. He has his master in business administration, graduate studies in finance at the IE Business School in Madrid, and he started his professional career in telecom, where he worked for 10 years in different areas. Currently, he works for BNDES, joined in 2010 as the head of IT, telecom, and creative economy. Last but not least, Rodrigo Brandão. He works with NIC.br. He is a researcher in the Regional Center for the Development of Information Society, CITIC. He was a researcher in the Center of Artificial Intelligence in the University of São Paulo and a manager of advocacy and public policies of Endeavor, Brazil, a specialist in institutional affairs in the Companhia Siderúrgica Nacional, and also a member of the Foundation Fernando Henrique Cardoso. He has his PhD in sociology, his master in political science, specialized in economics, and his training in social sciences.
Depois eu me apresento no finalzinho, né? Quando se sobrar tempo eu faço uma
If there is time, I will just share with you some information about data center and my work. But let me start by handing it over to Christian, who is going to be the first one, who is going to talk about Ray data.
Obrigada. Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon.
Queria agradecer, Euripides, pela apresentação.
Thank you, Euripides, for your introduction.
Encaminhado dessa forma, mas antes de mais nada agradecer o convite,
Let me thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Julio, Milton, and all friends from NIC.br. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about the Brazilian policy of data centers in Brazil.
Vou passando aqui os slides, tentando dar controle no tempo para que a gente tenha espaço para perguntas e respostas na sequência.
I'll try to be brief so that we have time to have our debate.
Vocês e tirar algumas dúvidas que eventualmente possam surgir ao longo da apresentação, né? Eu quero conversar pouquinho primeiramente.
I would like to talk about the current level of readiness that we have for the implementation of such a policy as being implemented as we speak. We are talking about a landscape in which the world is looking for place to allocate data processing space. And Brazil has proven to have the room for investments and the kind of money for investments in data centers. I think some specific regions are really exhausted. They have no more room. They are the places that have the highest capacity and processing of data. And we are talking primarily about the US. The state of Virginia, for example, there is an 8-year waiting time to open a data center, and there are many regulations that prevent some specific types of data center, such as the ones that need high levels of energy, which are the ones that have the highest demand, especially for hyperscalers and artificial intelligence data centers. There is also very high demand for AI, but generative AI, something that applies even more pressure for decision-making and implementation of AI data centers. They require 70% more energy than any regular data center. Therefore, a place is required where there is good cost-benefit ratio, considering, of course, the consumption of energy that would be required. Therefore, Brazil has proven to be extremely attractive for opening of data centers. We have abundant renewable energy. 90% of our energy comes from renewable sources and very affordable costs. Surplus of energy in some specific regions of the world, there is constant energy surplus, and the average cost of energy for data center processing is much lower than in other countries. This is one of the main advantages of having data centers here in Brazil. Secondly, communication infrastructure. Brazil has a very positive backbone for data center implementation, such as data centers and low latency data centers. Therefore, our international data exchange points, our submarine cables, all of that add as one more advantage. We have a very favorable geographic location. We are very close of the main commercial centers and data destinations in the US and European Union. And we have a technological potential for digital service, development of digital solutions, which are internationally considered as being quite good. Gov.br, 170 million users, our money transfer PIX with millions of keys generated daily, sustainable mobility, and another important technology developed and implemented here in the Brazilian territory, which is the electronic voting systems for the elections of the government. Therefore, the forecast demand for data centers implemented in Brazil expect to grow more than 200% in the next 6 years. These are data from the Ministry of Mining and Energy. If we have an additional policy put in place, our forecast estimate would be of investments bringing 2 trillion Brazilian reais into the market during the next 10 years. Therefore, the federal government has been considering a policy not only that attracts data centers, but also provide access to water, energy, market, as something that would be extremely advantageous, to Brazil. Therefore, all partners together, we are working on a policy to attract data centers and to have them installed so that we would have an increase in scale. Having more data centers coming to Brazil, we would create additional demands for our Brazilian players, offering products, technology, and also developing services. This is just a schematic representation. So we had a data center and all the different chain. Of course, a data center requires infrastructure, so civil construction, energy connectivity, cooling systems, chillers, condensers, energy transmission. This is all around the installation of a data center. Suppliers, supply chain, only by having the data center built and developed here. But in addition to that, there are suppliers of equipment, IT, critical inputs that would involve the upstream chain, servers, routers, cables, other components, and assets of ICT that would generate a very successful chain that is ready to receive more investments. Once the data center is in place and the capacity is generated, there is also the need of the downstream chain of services, artificial intelligence, cloud services, apps, cybersecurity, among others, as well as training of human resources, something that has been extensively addressed related with all the elements of training, service exchange, etc. So we focus not only on the installation of data center, but everything that it would also bring into our country. But what are the main challenges that we face in Brazil? What prevents the decision-making of making investments in Brazil? We have abundant water, renewable energy, relatively low cost, many companies of collocations ready to set up the infrastructure, but what if the processing capacity? I would say that this is the main bottleneck that prevents installation of them in Brazil. Our information technology equipment amount to about 85% of capex of an investment made in Brazil, in addition to OPEX expenditures with energy that would amount to about 50%, depending on the profile and the business model that the data center will bring to our market. We have a deficit in our trade balance of electrical products, which amounts to 30 billion BRL. and 7.5 billion in the trade balance in terms of services. So there's a problem of cost for installation and also a shortage of players in Brazil. But the policy intends really to minimize the impacts, minimize the gap, something that can be really well adjusted if given the appropriate incentives. And this is why I think it's worth mentioning a policy that would be associated of bringing again or bringing back to Brazil digital sovereignty. 90% of Brazilian data are running outside Brazil. Only 40% of Brazilian data, so 60% abroad and 40% on-premise. In addition, service providers, both to individuals and to the government and corporations, are non-Brazilian players. 90% of services provided to the government at the federal level are provided by the big techs. We need a data center policy that would shed some more light on our sovereignty here. What is our proposition, therefore? It is associated with a number of other initiatives which are in place, something complementary, because it also helps us create the right infrastructure. Without that initiatives, we wouldn't have our new Brazilian industry, we wouldn't have the Brazilian plan of AI or the national digital infrastructure, which would give interoperability of our database. We wouldn't have digital inclusion, nor actions at the level of the Technical Chamber of Digital Economy, and no national policy of data economy. Bringing in the data processing infrastructure is mandatory so that other policies can follow along and succeed. The guiding principles of our policy is to encourage installation and modernization of data centers in Brazil, attract and bring more elements to the productive chain of digital economy, upstream and downstream, stimulating, encouraging local suppliers and developers, and really focusing on data national sovereignty. What are the tools to take us there? There are two main tools that are currently being developed. First, the creation of a tax regimen, which is going to exempt tax of the most expensive elements, which are products of or ICT products. The regimen is called RADATA. There would be no tax for importing ICT devices that have no Brazilian similarity. That would be the first element. RADATA, as it's called, it's complementary to a policy that would focus on expanding our chain. So creation of credit lines, economic subsidies, public procurement. So big tech offers 90% of the services to the government, and we need a policy for the government to start purchasing from local providers. So this is something that is also being developed.
Well, it's the use of FDNIT is the industry fund. It will be reallocated within RADATA to bring more funds to increase the service and product chains of ICTs. I'd like to talk a bit RADATA's apologies. Well, it's this tax exemption special regime. It was launched in August this year, MP 1318. The beneficiaries are data center companies already installed or interested in installing having an installation in Brazil, they are enabled. They can buy directly products from ICTs, from tax exemption to be in their data center for modernization or installation that will be enabled by the Ministry of Finance along with the IRS, and they will also order the manufacturing of such products as national companies that are the co-enabled for this regime. They are national providers of data center products that will provide those enabled the possibility of industrializing the order. So actually adding some lost links in the chain of products and components of ICT. The products can be acquired within Redata. We'll have a list defined by the Ministry of Industry along with the Ministry of Science, Technology and Finance. Three ministries are currently delving into the list of products to be contemplated within Redata, and that's a list that is extremely important because it cannot be exhaustive. Of course, we have certain ceilings for tax exemptions, for tax impact, but it must be very assertive in what is really important to attract data center and installation of large productive capacity. So the list is extremely important. This is what we are facing now. We had an opening, a tender process with the actors of politics, stakeholders to understand the equipment needed, and we're making a list. This list is valid for 5 years. According to the bill, the nomenclature of such products will be frozen in a list for 5 years. They cannot leave the list. The importance of it is to ensure legal security for the decision-making of the investment of the enabled. They understand they have a fixed list with tax exemption, several taxes that will be exempt. They can acquire the devices for 5 years. They have predictability of having implemented project without the risk of having product with not having tax exemption, etc. I wanted to emphasize the length of the list, which is important for the decision-making process. So it will be valid for 5 years. The counterparts of Redata, talking about businesses that consume a lot of energy, water, that cause social, environmental impacts that are significant. So it must have a policy to have a balance for the decision-making process of what we're trying to encourage here. Counterparts for Redata are also important. Since they are data centers that mostly will be geared to processing capacity, we understand they will acquire GPUs, CPUs, other imported components that are not currently produced in Brazil. The first one in this bill is making available to the domestic market 10% of the processing, storage, and data treatment capacity for each one of those enterprises. The second one is meeting sustainability criteria and indicators were being discussed by the Ministry of the Environment and Mines and Energy. The item is to meet the total demand of electric power through supply contracts or self-production from clean or renewable sources. Fourth item is to have a water efficiency index, water usage effectiveness. It's a closed circuit to operate 0.05 liters per kilowatt. It's just like having a data center operating on a closed circuit. And fifth item that is very important, which is making investments corresponding to 2% of the amounts of product of this private fund, FDNIT, that will be used for research, capacity building, and other support areas. The structuring chains of the industry that will be guided by the guiding or the management of such fund. So we want to bring a lot of capacity of production and services products in addition to the processing capacity itself. So a lot of important things. I see the red light. So we have, measures to increase those chains and to make them denser. We're having financing and subvention lines or chains or other chains that are not those directly affected by that. The products and electronic components of ICTs, we understand many energy equipment suppliers of transmission suppliers, they should be benefited because of REDATA and our policy. There will be new lines of financing for those incentives to public acquisitions or procurement. So some credit lines are being thought about currently as some measures to be prioritized according to the mapping of the digital chain in terms of training and also development. So we must have a promotion of the digital economy in Brazil, started by the decision-making of the installation of data center. Final messages, we don't want to be just a mere attraction of data centers, the installation of such infrastructure via tax incentives. We are not actually collecting important funds for the government. We're not doing this by chance. We want to promote denser chains and promotion of other areas in the country, bringing the necessary scale to boost several other industries. Main focus of this initiative is the national digital sovereignty, preserving aspects of social sustainability and also environmental and energy sustainability. And where are we currently? The bill has been postponed until the 27th of February 2026. We're still within the design of what would be the regulation of such bill. We expect to have the regulation, which is a finalized decree, the list of products also finalized, and currently we're aligning ministries and all stakeholders to be able to define and outline the best incentive perspective so that we have REDATA working to give the necessary virtuous aspect that was necessary for this industry in Brazil. Thank you very much. I'm available for questions.
Bom, obrigado, Cristiane. Eu vou deixar.
Thank you, Cristiane.
Se alguém tiver pergunta,
if you have any questions, one question now. The topic is extremely important. So if you like, I don't know if we have any remote questions. Do we?
Oi. Não, a gente tem três perguntas, acho que não são rápidas aqui.
We actually have three questions, big techs that have a turnover greater than the GDP of Brazil. Are they going to be tax exempt?
Bem, a gente vai ter uma lista, né, chamada lista de NBS, nomenclatura brasileira de serviços.
A list that will define the profile of those to be enabled. I understand it's not going to be potentially defined by the turnover, but actually by activity profile. It's not a criterion. I understand the provocation. I think it is quite valid, but in processing terms and, methodologically, we must encourage the incoming of attraction of new players, international players that will have some kind of benefit to bring some necessary scale to increase or enhance the chains. Also, local providers, all the projects are going to be linked to the co-enabled. They will be a Brazilian company. They have to prove the counterpart for the enhancing or the downstream, so increasing R&D, etc. The their turnover is not something that will actually lead to their enablement, let's say, whatever they acquire will be validated by counterparts that we understand have the symmetry, apologies for the term, that seems to be a fad currently, and of what we would like to have into policy in terms of incentives for the Brazilian chains. The first question was from André Oliveira. We have another one from Diego Fener. On point 3 is counterparts of Redata. What are the clean or renewable sources that are accepted? On the decree, we'll describe clearly what all those sources are going to be. This is still being designed underway in this interministry alignment that I've mentioned in the one before slide, or before last slide. Thank you. Anybody else in person would like to ask a question? Otherwise, I can leave to the end. I have a couple of questions, but I'd rather go on if nobody has any urgent questions. I'm Aldo from the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul. Brazil today takes about 39-40% of the Itaipu energy on the side of Paraguay. And there is a rate of import of products that is much lower than Brazil's rate. I understand Paraguay is a good center for somebody to build a data center with energy, without the need to invest in energy. The question is, how does Brazil intend to resolve that?
Competição com o Paraguai em termos de instalação de data centers?
Competing with Paraguay in terms of attracting data centers, yes. I think Redata brings the answers while we're bringing great incentives. And our internal market is much more attractive, much more interesting for players. Unless they're players with very specific business models that do not necessarily demand 100% export. That's not the concern of Redata at the moment. That more from the standpoint of devices. You know, these GPUs are quite expensive. Well, if the incentives provided by Brazil in the 5 next years are sufficiently low, so the cost benefit will get close to the 10% that Paraguay charges for imports. We don't have this calculation. So perhaps we have that, and there are not so many data centers there. Perhaps the Brazilian market is more important. That's my opinion. I don't know the market of Paraguay. Okay, let's see whether we can have more time and then people can mature questions. I'm going to invite Carlos Azen from BNDES, the National Development Bank, to bring the summary of support instruments, drivers for development in the area of digital structure. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, NIC.br, for the invitation to take part of this debate. BNDES is currently in the ecosystem of, and Dick is what I'm going to present is very much in line of what Cristiane mentioned. So it tends to cover what we cover on the BNDES. The good part is that we are always together and we are in dialogue. There is this very fine-tuned adjustment between government and several projects. We had this recent formulation of NIC and IB that brings support to the industry, and it is from the industrial policy that the fostering agencies, BNDES, FINEP, and the ministries, that's how all these actions happen, being supported by all those organizations. Cristiane brought a number, 2 trillion in terms of forecast of investments. When we think about volume of significant investments, of investment guided to infrastructure, that's precisely where we come in with BNDES. I'm going to show you the institutional context. We're showing why it is relevant and the financial support that we have prepared for the industry. Well, we've seen that somehow during Cristiane's presentation. Data centers are part of various things. We have the fight between countries regarding tariffs that actually impacts investment. Brazil is in this context. There is a debate that is not recent, but the continuous of reallocating technology industries of the equipment or device industry. As an example, we always mention semiconductors, a very important element in data centers and digital technology, and a disruption of manufacture in Asia impacts the whole world. Brazil has currently a very active industry in automotive, telecommunications, IT. So we need to be paying attention to how they are behaving. And the climate challenges shed some light to the data center agenda, both as a challenge, but for Brazil, it is an opportunity. Cristiane has shown that we have a large consumption of energy in Brazil because we have 90% of our energy mix that is new, it's clean and renewable. We are very attractive to great investments in the industry. So, well, this is very much in line with the Cristiane's presentation. What do we matter for Brazil? So we have clean energy. As she mentioned, the new technologies are increasingly more efficient from the standpoint of water use efficiency or effectiveness. We have a great appeal in the media that data centers are going to dry the rivers, but perhaps the most important in terms of concerns are those data centers. So we have modern technology and closed circuits are going to solve that, but they're going to consume a lot of energy. From the standpoint of energy efficiency, the advances that are being addressed overall are then, related to the number of megawatts that are going to be increasingly more relevant. And for the clean energy industry, this is important. Data centers become predictable customers. They estimate a whole layer of clean energy generation, attracting investments. So having with red data, so how are we going to compete with other countries? Paraguay is an example. Red Data has precisely this mission of making Brazil a competitive agent to attract large investments, regardless of the origin of the capital. This is something that is brought up. The investments to be made in Brazil and with the potential, the third box of Brazil being know that much better than I, a relevant consumer of digital services, social media, AI, 5G, IoT. So that consumes a lot of data and imports a lot of stored data. Latency, quality of service are important. We have robust data center infrastructure in Brazil. And lastly, this is a dear agenda for BNDES, how the growing investment in data center can actually drive the chains of local devices concerned with the industry, data centers being this driver of industrial development is very important. It's a great opportunity for Brazil.
How can we be translated into an agenda to BNDES? We have a number of instruments that support financial operations, development of supply chains. And there are two perspectives here. Data center being supported by BNDES credit has to be executed with Brazilian-based devices or imported products which are not available in Brazil. We've seen a positive impact on generators, energy, processors. So data center infrastructure being supported by BNDES credit lines, all focused on the local industry. Regionalization, another important point. Part of what we currently have is in the south and southeast of Brazil, primarily in the state of São Paulo. Investments will tend to go to where the consumers are. This is why most investments go to high-income areas. But for a development bank, we also have to try to take assets and industries to other regions, especially the north and northeast, and it is considered in our credit lines. We have competitive conditions for investments made in the north and northeast of Brazil. Renewable energy. This is something of concern as well. We are going to prioritize projects that offer renewable energy. This is not an issue. Brazil has this natural capacity. So they would just have to confirm that they are using renewable energy in that specific implementation. And finally, a data center is not something separated from the rest of the economy. So we focus on what we call digital ecosystem. A data center that is going to use data, digital solutions by companies that are here developing in Brazil. So we support them, companies that offer cloud solutions, ERP solutions. We have lots of software companies, IT is highly developed here. So these are the players which are going to make a difference to the whole system. And all these companies are going to be in the radar of our bank. Probably this is the most boring part of it. This is what I do every day. These are all the products that we have, a wide range of solutions, funding lines for larger projects. In other words, how do we operate? BNDES is a development bank, no branches. We just interact directly with the corporates, most of them for large investments or large companies. So 10 million Brazilian reals. Anything of smaller amounts, we support them as well, but through credential financial agents. Probably some of the commercial banks you are all familiar with. So these are all the major projects that we fund. First line, traditional investments, we call FINEM, so funding projects to infrastructure. Considering the size of these projects, we believe that's going also to be supported by the stock market, the ventures, for example. Then Funtel and FUST, you've probably heard about them. We offer funding rates which are very competitive. Both of them invested or supported by TR. It's 1 to 2% interest rate per year, so very competitive. Funtel, we support telcos when implementing their data centers. There is a recent project approved in Recife. FUST implements new technologies of telecommunication. Last year, it also was allowed to data centers use. We had one first project in the Northeast. FUST reaches higher share of investment if the data centers in the North or Northeast. So we offer more competitive rates than other regions. If your project is implemented in the Northeast, we can just deal at 70% of the invested money through this credit line. We do that to try to add more regional benefits. The other product, BNDES Machine and Services, it's focused on funding Brazilian acquisition of Brazilian machinery and equipment. Some companies, for the layer of TI, we still can develop other things, but infrastructure, generators, telecom devices. We do have wonderful local suppliers, and if they are purchased from the suppliers, they can benefit from these funding lines with a 16-year total pay time. And BNDES-PAR, which is an area where we become partners of different projects through direct equity. In other words, we become partners of company and data centers, one of these kind of companies. This is the most expensive resource provided by BNDES. We have no contract of that with a specific payback. We just become partners of the company, and digital economy at large is also within this menu of options. And finally, just to show you, the Brazilian market is getting busier. Even in 2025, where some of the projects had to be put on hold because of red data, everyone was waiting for the new tax regimen, but we still had a number of projects. We've built a very good portfolio of projects, and probably we are going to keep on growing significantly throughout time, working with all different players in the industry. I was very brief, of course. I'll be glad to entertain any comments or considerations. Thank you.
Obrigado, Carlos. Não, é bem
Thank you, Carlos. Quite interesting to hear.
Técnico, mas muito interessante no ponto de vista técnico do evento aqui, mas é importante.
I think it's quite interesting for all of you to learn more about that. You've seen the two different ways of supporting Brazilian digital infrastructure, not only the data centers, but also other elements that are part of infrastructure. Let's see if there are questions. Can be sent here on site or remotely. Questions to Carlos? Anyone? If not, I have one question, and then we can carry on and have the Q&A session as we close. Carlos, is there any specific reserve for Brazilian regions, or in other words, you land the amount required by that region, right? Don't you have any clear, let's say, buckets assigned to its specific region? Well, in general terms, there are no classifications or prioritization. We have our own resource, and we just pay based on market. The 5-year interest rate, which is the reference that we use. But at the same time, Boost, the one that I have just mentioned, FUST, the restriction is the total amount that we can give to a company on a yearly basis, 150 million. But if the project is executed in the north and northeast, the 150 million can amount to 70% of the investments. In other regions, just 30%. It's not worth using this resource outside the north and northeast. There was an initiative of the bank, and we tend to focus most of our resources through this fund to the north and northeast. We do have funds for all the country, but we believe that the northeast deserves some additional incentives.
bom, obrigado.
Great, thank you.
Bom, vamos, se tiverem depois novas perguntas, a gente vai voltar.
We can hear your questions later when we go into the wrap-up session. Rodrigo is going to talk about the mapping of the Brazilian digital infrastructure, especially of data center. Very difficult task, isn't it? Mapping the infrastructure. But he's going to describe the first works that they've done. Good afternoon. Thank you, Euripide, for the invitation to be here. Thank you, Julio, and everyone from NIC.br. Before describing the mapping that we've done, I would like to briefly tell you about CETIC, Regional Study for the Development of the Information Society. It's one department of NIC.br. One of its missions is to produce statistical data and analysis about the impact of the use of ICT in Brazil. ICT providers is a great example of that. The second mission is to analyze socioeconomic impacts of ICT and contribute to the process of development of public policies. The study that I'm going to briefly describe to you today that we have started carrying out is focused on the idea of bringing more inputs for the creation of public policies directed to data centers. And based on the two previous presentations, it's absolutely essential to have a clear mapping of this setting. These are all the initiatives of CETIC generating products. We have the ICT surveys. We also perform different industry studies. For example, use of AI in Brazilian education. We also have a publication, a journal called Industry Landscape of Internet, describing Brazilian and international applications. And everything that I'm going to tell you today is described in this publication, so Data Centers in Brazil. The publication is provided online, actually all of them. We also have some hard copies here if you wanted to take one. So what have we been doing? Our interest is to understand digital infrastructure in Brazil in a broader perspective, to understand what opportunities and bottlenecks are for Brazil to really move on in terms of digital transformation. At first, it would make sense to have a discussion of digital infrastructure based on the lenses of data center. This is one of the main elements of this discussion. Why have we decided to focus on data centers? Two main reasons. Data centers are part of the Brazilian plan of AI. It is also essential for other governmental initiatives, and I think Cristiane has made it very clear. Data centers are on the focus of different government players. We thought it would be important to gather resources and focus on the discussion of digital infrastructure. And the second reason that has made us focus on data centers is the fact that a lot of discussion is on. It's something prevalent in Brazil and all over the world, actually. But despite that heated, detailed discussion, there is no specific and reliable measurement to discuss data centers, neither qualitative nor quantitative measures. Even though the discussion is quite mature, there is no measurement tool that would help us support this discussion. Therefore, we thought it would be important to have a research center such as CITIC to start measuring all the different elements of data centers. This lack of measurement tool has a number of consequences. First, the fact that, as we have no precise measurement of the type of infrastructure, we cannot know for sure, at least in Brazil, what is the viable capacity of data centers in terms of energy, connectivity, internet, and all the other attributes which are essential for digital transformation topics. Having no measurement means we are flying blindly. Therefore, we decided to understand and investigate data centers in Brazil. How many are there? At first, in the first stage of the research study, and I'm going to tell you a little bit, share with you some data, but it's important to emphasize that this is an ongoing effort. There are going to be some additional steps coming soon. In the first stage, as we were trying to understand the universe of data centers, how many are there, where are they, where are them? First, we had to understand whether there was any reliable tool. How do you define a data center? Many questions had to be answered to really get into the actual mapping that we were looking for. You all know that there is no consolidated definition of what a data center is. This was one of our first conclusions, and I'm going to tell you how we bypassed these difficulties. We've also tried to understand whether there were official sources that would help us estimate the number of data centers in Brazil. We've learned that the available sources wouldn't be enough to answer this question. Therefore, little by little, we try to understand what sources would help us set boundaries to this universe so that we could discuss data center. The first conclusion of this first stage of the survey was that we identified two sets of data which were very useful to set the limits of data centers in Brazil. There are some intentional registrations and some registries of data center related activity. So first of all, what it means intentional registry? It's a situation in which the data center is approaching the source and say, I am a data center. We're talking about data center certifying agency, Work Time Institute, TIA, These are organizations that data center resort to interact and report them as independent agents.
Certifiers are the sources of intentional sources, just as other things like data center map. There are sources of information, public information, that bring us information related to necessary activities for the operations of the data center. For example, internet traffic and other information related to the functioning or operation of the data center. So looking at those intentional sources and those related activities, sources would enable us to make this limiting that we're interested in making, and we're actually doing it. we have delimited the sources that we would use at the first step of the survey. I'm giving you a spoiler as to how many data centers we found in each one of those sources, but briefly, let me tell you why we've chosen, at least in the first stage of the survey, to work with these 5 sources. DB is the main registry of autonomous systems. It's important to say that not all autonomous systems are a data center and vice versa.
Trafegam volume muito alto de dados, existe uma associação.
As there is a high volume of data, there is a possible association between the existence of an autonomous system and the data center. We decided to work with DB because of that. Within peering, we made several segmentations. We looked at the facilities registered, and we found in the Brazilian case 340 facilities that may be understood as data center. In the case of data center map, why have we decided to work with this source? Because they are, no doubt, one of the main sources, both in public and private discussions on data centers. We understood it's a source that could not be out of the study, and it brings very relevant information. We identified 186 data centers there. We realized there is another very important source, which are the certifiers of data centers. Many companies, not all of them, do not certify their data centers, some, not all of them, but somehow those companies have certification like certifiers like Uptime and TIA. Both certifiers have public information and information that we had and that we could incorporate to our study. We decided to work with another source, which is IX source data. Why did we do that? The first 4 data, peering data center map, Uptime and TIA, well, there is some great incentive for a data center, especially a commercial one, that wants to be seen by the market, by other data centers, potential customers, for them to register in those 4 bases. The public data centers do not have this incentive. They may exist, they may be consolidated, but since their interest is not necessarily to get new customers, they don't have this incentive of exposure that is very present in these first 4 sources. We understood that we needed another source that would enable us to identify public data centers. What we did was a connection between an AS and a data center, a service association, and the data center. We searched in the basis of IX those public agencies that have a potential public data center. Through those various operations, we came to a total 465 units of data centers in those 4 databases, and we identified another 89 data centers that were public. What is interesting to share here, we understand that this universe of 465, especially, what are the virtues of this universe we were able to map? And those 465 data centers, they encompass the most different types of data centers. When we work with some databases, for example, the map data center map, they usually have a collocation data center. A registry was able to expand this image and capturing different types of data centers. This is an advantage of this operation we ran because the debate on data centers is changing and changing fast. You follow this debate. Well, there's, for example, a debate that is growing on providers becoming or trying to adapt to be seen as a data center edge. So this mapping provides input to discuss public and possibly private actions for different types of data centers. So it's a universe that does not only have collocation, goes beyond bringing different types of data centers. Another advantage of this number that we were able to get to, we only worked with systematic, public, and internationally comparable data. So the technology we developed at SCT can be exported to other countries, and very much in line with what OECD has been working in the Observatory of AI to analyze methodologies that can be used on a global scale. This methodology has this potential because the four first sources are not only regarding Brazil, and even though it's Brazilian, it has correspondence in other countries. So using every country's I-axis, we can actually transpose this methodology, this universe that we've managed to map as these two potentials to be replicated and the potential to bring inputs to think about different types of data centers that are not only for collocation. It's important to add that those 465 units that we've identified, if you think about an Excel spreadsheet, we're talking about 465 units of data centers. Company XYZ has 10 data centers. The 10 data centers are described in this list one by one. So this brings us great visibility in terms of the unit of data centers. This is important for the next steps of the study that I'll share briefly so that, well, PB would not get mad because my time is up. Just mapping here the map. Well, the 465 units, they are spread throughout Brazil in such way with a great concentration in the state of São Paulo, most specifically in the metropolitan region of São Paulo. But note that this mapping brings inputs for us to think the footage of data centers in other states of Brazil. I'm not going to go into details here, but this is a study underway. Well, the fact that we managed to identify those 465 data centers will enable us for the future steps of stages of the study to add a lot of information, most public, on data centers. So we know the data centers. If we know their tax IDs, etc., we can actually use information like that to know what the zip code is, data related to employment regarding those different corporate tax IDs, the data centers that have been mapped. This is a project underway. Sources change all the time. We made this mapping between May and June this year. If you search the databases here that we have used, well, there will be probably some different numbers, but we're very confident that the universe runs around these 465, a bit more, a bit less, or give or take. So it's what we've managed to map with the potential that I've mentioned. It's a methodology that can be replicated and goes beyond debates on collocation. This is my contact if you're interested, of Leonardo Gaziella. The three of us, along with other people, are doing that along with CETIP and also from NIC, working on this study. Thank you.
Obrigado aí, Rodrigo. Vou fazer uma pergunta que não, depois eu
Thank you, Rodrigo. I'm going to ask a question and I'll open up to other questions. Do you need maybe one of others that can take part, that can have interviews? I open up a brief channel for you to ask about this. If anybody has any questions, in person or remotely? Well, I'm going to thank for the question and once again for the invitation. Precisely that, Pete. This is a study that our intent is to be with a lot of data centers at a more quantitative stage of the study to obtain information from data centers and to have the contribution, be it in terms of respondents or previous stages of what seems to me making sense of data centers is key. To be able to be in touch with you, it's key. So I'd like to thank very much for the invitation to be able to give visibility to this study, because we'll possibly knock on your doors to ask for help, be it to get a response or think about good questions to ask you. Just to make it clear that this is a very important survey for Brazil and to return to the community that should answer as well. As a rule of thumb, or those that take part of uptime, we actually conduct this kind of support or provide this kind of support, and we get some information back. So Rodrigo and the TIC team, if they knock on your doors, please open them and accept them and invite them in. Thank you. Do we have a question? We have a question from Rafael from Santana de Parnaíba. In the study, what technical or minimum technical requirements characterize a data center? How have hybrid infrastructures been characterized? Rafael, thank you for your question. We made an extensive literature revision. We talked to people in the industry, so we can talk confidently. There are different definitions of what a data center is, but there is no single and definition that is consensual. This is a research practice. We resorted to the most reliable sources that we had at the time to be able to, from the consultation of those sources, to make this delimiting of what would be this universe of data centers. Just very roughly put, those that are in the data center community, they recognize the structure as a data center, and without thinking about the most technical requirements, at least initially can be considered a data center. Why is this important? Because at first, since there is no such strict definition of what a data center is or what it is not, at this stage, it is better to do more than less. We put the different installations that the community recognizes as data center in this registry. But for the next stages of our study, we'll be able to segment those different facilities with very different criteria. In the debate on data center, we know that a very important criterion is energy consumption. Even within the technical community, there is no consensus regarding the fact that the data center is an infrastructure that consumes more than X megawatts. So what we did initially was to map the structures, and we're going to go to secondary items as secondary sources that tell us how many organizations spend energy, and from those sources we can say, okay, from a given tax ID, from public sources, they consume X of energy. I want a data center that consumes 30 megawatts. Well, not necessarily the case. I mean, 8 megawatts, data centers that consume 6, 7. So in future stages of the study, working with secondary sources, we're going to be able to make this kind of segmentation. CETIC is also working on obtaining information from the electric power commercialization chamber. So it's very important for you to get information on data centers. Large data centers are usually buying energy. and the smallest not so much. And this definition is so funny because ASHP, the US Association of HVAC, has a criterion which is watts per square meter. I don't know. I can't recall how many watts per square meter is a data center. It's very difficult to characterize data centers in addition to the traditional ones, hyperscale, colocation, edge. So this is not an easy task, therefore. Thank you, Rodrigo. Julio, are there any more questions?
Não, acho que
No.
Tá bom.
Okay.
Então eu vou
So I'm going to
fazer a apresentação
now make
rapidinha,
a brief
update
presentation,
sobre
an
as
update
normas
on
de
the
data center aqui.
data center standards here. Last year,
Breve apresentação
I made a brief
das
presentation
normas, e aí
of
depois
the
no fim
standards, and then towards the end,
eu vou explicar o porquê que também é
I'm going to
importante
explain why it is also
observar essas
important to
normas agora
observe
que
those
estão já no rol
rules
da
and
BNT
standards
de
that
data
are
center,
at
tá?
the whole of our ABNT for data centers. ABNT being the Brazilian Standards Organization or Agency.
Bom, então vamos lá. Eu já tinha comentado.
I had mentioned
As principais normas. O ano passado
the
eu já fiz
main
sobre
standards. Last year I talked about
fiz uma modificação nele.
the slide. I made
Mas, assim,
slight
as
change
principais
to it.
normas
So
aí
the
de
main
data center,
standards
que
for data
norteiam
centers that
construção, projeto,
guide
operação, são essas
building,
que eu listei
design,
aqui, né?
operations are
Já
those that
temos aí
I've listed here.
a BNT NBR,
We
né,
have
ISO,
the
a série
ABNT,
22237
NPR,
e a
ISO, the
série
series
31234, tá?
22237
E
and
tem os KPIs, né,
30134 with the
a
KPIs,
3334, que tem PUE, WE,
3134,
CUE, SER.
PUE, SER, all kinds
As
of
outras,
standards and
algumas outras referências, né,
requirements. Some other
sobre
references
normas de data center.
on data
Tem uma
center
nacional
standards. We have
sobre
one
ar-condicionado que
on air
saiu
conditioning
esse ano aqui, né,
that
foi
was published this
homologado.
year, that was
Fazia muito
approved
tempo que
this
não
year.
tinha
We hadn't
uma de
had
ar-condicionado específica para
one
ambiente
specific
de data
standard
center.
for air conditioning for
Aí
specific use in
eu vou
data
mostrar essa
centers.
série, tá?
I'm
Porque
going to show
no
you
fim
this
eu conto
series
aqui
because towards the end,
por
I'll
que é
tell you
importante
why
essa
it is
série
important to have this
22237,
series
tá? Então, ela
22237.
foi do ano passado para
From
este ano,
last year to
foi
this
incluído
year,
dois quadradinhos
we
aí, que é a
had
parte
two
30, né,
boxes
que é risco de
included, which is
impacto
the
de
part
terremotos, mas
30,
que não,
risk
graças a
of
Deus, não nos
earthquake
afeta muito,
impact. Thank
tá?
goodness it does
Cada
not
dia
impact
pode
us a lot,
mudar
but
isso daí.
that may
E a
change.
parte 31, que é
The
indicador-chave de
31,
desempenho, é o
which is
KPI de resiliência, tá?
KPI. It's
Bastante
a
interessante, vai
resilience
sair
KPI, quite
no meio
interesting,
do ano que vem,
that
mas
you'll
ele já faz
see
parte
that is part
do diagrama que a
of
ISO
the
e a IEC
ISO
montaram para isso, tá?
and IEC
Todas
have
as
set up
partes
for
aqui,
this.
a
All
parte 5 de
those parts
infraestrutura de
here,
cabeamento,
5
ela está
of
em
cabling
atualização,
infrastructure, they're being
tá?
updated.
E a parte 7, ela também está em
And
atualização
part
para
7
ISO,
is being updated for
ficar como
ISO
internacional standard a
to
partir
be as
de
a national or
final
an
do ano que
international,
vem,
sorry,
tá?
standard as
A
of
parte 7 que é de
late
operação.
next year, part 7, which is
As
operations.
publicadas pela ABNT são todas da série, né? Tem aí um erro.
Part of the series. Well, there's a slight error that I've seen here, typo actually. We see it as part 6 repeated 22237. We have 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6. There are already standards that are Brazilian. 6 has just been out this month of national consultation, and part 2, which is construction or building, will leave as a national consultation mid-January. It's a national consultation at ABNT. I'm saying this because actually I coordinate this part of this committee of ABNT that actually drafts those standards.
Here we have operations and maintenance, and that has been updated. What we have here is a technical specification, and we at AB&T decided not to adopt the technical specification because we are going to have international standards soon. And part of 21 will be one more publication. Another thing that we have here is 3134 for KPIs. Part 1 for general concept, and we are working on 7, 8, and 9. Water deficiency and cooling deficiency. We also depend on volunteers to help us translate the materials and have all the homogeneous vocabulary. But let me show you all the elements. And all of those in ISO IEC 3134 are KPIs that are going to be used for measurements and some kind of parameters. Cristiane talked about the use of water, 0.05. NIC has a closed system. After 10 years of operations, we replaced the water system, needed 22,000 cubic meters, 22 cubic meters spent in 10 years. We spend very little water in modern data center. Another work in this committee with subcommittee 39 include these rules. We still have no confirmation on when we are going to have them adopted. It really depends on having available hands to work on them. My last slide. And let me sum up what is said in this rule of ISO. Similarly to what I'm calling tier or what's called rated by other legislation, ISO calls it class 1, 2, 3, and 4. Same concepts. In distribution of energy, environmental control for AC systems and telecom. This is what we know of uptime and the tier 9442. The intention was to show our current stage. We have a complete set of rules 1 to 6. In January, all of them will be completed. And it provides our work based on ISO rules. And why is that? Maybe it's something new. And we have invited Anatel members to join us because they are working on a document for certification of data centers that operate telecom systems. The two people that we had invited are really working on it. I've participated in the work group. There were many people. I don't know if some of you were there. It's going to be published soon. I'm not speaking on behalf of Anatel, but just explaining how it's related with our rule. It's a new resolution,
chamada 780, que alterou a 715.
780, replacing 715. It will include a certification program for data centers that operate on telecom networks.
Que vai ser adotada é exatamente a NBR, ISO e EC 22237.
It is going to use NBR. Everything from the legislation that we have in place. Yesterday, they wrote it down. I have it here. You can access that through Anatel's website. And I think it's quite important to understand it is something that was adopted by them. They are going to develop OAS, and it's going to be open for public consultation for 70 days. Those in IT will access that and make your contributions. We had invited them to come. As I told you, they couldn't. This is a certificate that will affect new data centers that work with telecom systems, and the current ones will go through audits. They are just going to then confirm them. Well, that were my inputs. The rule came into the game from one direction, but Anatel is adopting it as part of its certification programs for data centers. Thank you.
Bom, se mais alguém tiver perguntas.
Let's see if there are any more questions to any of our speakers, all of them wonderful in their presentation. Of course, they are here to answer any questions you might have. I can see. Pedro, please. Good to see you. I would like to insist on the question of big tech and Redata program. I think Brazilian sovereignty lies on 3 points: data sovereignty, operational sovereignty, and technology sovereignty. If any of the 3 pillars fail, there is no sovereign position. If we are going to work with big techs, we are not going to have technology sovereignty. I think we have to redesign our model so that this 3-part system can be respected. We are aware of that, I have to say. We are aware of the fact that not being sovereign, some of the service we consume result from the fact that we have contracts with big techs. 90% of services purchased by the federal government are from big tech companies, so cloud service and use of some platforms. So what comes first, chicken or the egg? When you do not attract international endeavors or merchants, not only American companies, we end up missing an opportunity of bringing scale into the country so that supply of Brazilian players can have agents to justify their own investments in plans to provide service and products to these companies. It's not simply not welcoming foreign investments. It's important to consider how much we can do without them, and working with large Brazilian manufacturers and product providers. We were going to open new channels, new plants to provide products to these companies. We are not focused on big tech, upscalers, or AI. At some time, the media thought that REDAC and our policy that would be focused on AI data center or cloud, big tech AIs, data centers, but it's not. Telecom data center is something applicable to Redata HPC data center as well. Bank data center could also be potentially part of the program. There is no focus on our policy, but if we close the doors to those which are interested in coming and are large players, we will end up losing a valuable opportunity. This is the message. We are not opening a program to big techs. It is a multilateral policy focused on national service providers and manufacturers. That's it. Good afternoon. I'm José Gasparin. I'm from the Audit Committee of the State of Paraná. And I come here to try to understand how things are really, what the wind is blowing towards. 2 years ago, we built a data center in our audit court, and during the study, I realized there was some rules of the government saying that any initiative had to be built up on the cloud, and you would have to show studies that you would go into a different solution, creating a data center. Now I can see there is this program. Which side are we going to go? It's complicated, isn't it? I've heard your description, quite interesting, big tech issue, important. And not as an auditor, but as a citizen. The other question here about Paraguay investment. What was the experience we had since the World Cup in Brazil, idle capacity, systems not used? Banco do Brasil, Caixa Econômica, they have also idle space of data center. So I want to understand how the policy is going to encompass all the different players, because ultimately we have to think how we can really do the things with the right intention. And I think there was a map that you showed. Santa Catarina, 0 data centers. With Vale do Itajaí, they have textile industry and a big engineering, big engineering companies.
Bom, vou começar porque é bem pontual. Não, obrigado pela provocação.
Thank you very much. Do we have some time?
É 13, né, Léo? Não está plotado aqui, mas tem data center.
Yes, there are some data centers. We identified there are 13 actually. It was just something that we couldn't see well in the map. They are there in Santa Catarina, and the publication is right. So please take a look at our publication, read it through the net. Well, going back, let me emphasize it once again. Our national policy and Redata is not something to attract data centers only. Yes, it attracts new data centers, but it is part of our new legislation that this is also focused on modernization. When you talked about Caixa Econômica, yes, maybe they can benefit from Redata, modernizing their own data centers. it's not going to exclude them. Installation, modernization of infrastructure for processing capacity in Brazil. This is the focus of the policy. Please do not mistake me. The idea is not to leave behind international players. Quite to the contrary, it's a cross-section policy that is willing to fail to get taxes because it understands the evident need of modernizing the industry and expanding our capacity of processing data. This is why the federal government is willing not to collect taxes, because it would attract other investments and expand our own Brazilian industry. We understand the cost benefit is positive and it can succeed. I'm sure it will succeed. I'd like to make an important comment, and congratulations on your survey. When we were designing the public policy, it was quite interesting to understand what we currently have in Brazil. So how many data centers are there? What are their business models? And it will be interesting to know within 5 years what were the effects of Redata and the data centers by 2030, you see? The purpose of Redata is to expand the data processing capacity in Brazil. How can we measure that? He has just said that we measure data center based on megawatt, gigawatts. This is how we measure that. Maybe in 5 years, the technology development will promote a processing capacity that would demand less. How we'll keep on measuring data centers based on energy consumption? This is also a discussion that we should have to measure the results of the public policy. Criticisms are welcome, but we really have to monitor it closely and understand whether we are reaching a moving target. And the parameters change all the time. So we have to monitor it very closely to really understand the reality and our achievements. Thank you. Julio is there asking us to wrap up. You can ask your question directly to one of our panel members. Well, thank you very much, Christiane, Carlos, and Rodrigo. There is one question that Rodrigo has to answer. Is there a public database to access CETIC data center? The map that I have shown you can be accessed, but the data are still not published, but we are going to do it in the next steps. Okay, excellent panel. Thank you all very much.
Bom, dando continuidade, gostaria de convidar o Michael Freitas.
I'd like to invite Michael Freitas Mohalen from Google. He's going to tell us the following from the Sea to Brasilia, the regulatory framework for submarine cables in Brazil.
Obrigado.
Aqui você vai sempre para frente. Se precisar voltar aqui.
Tá bom.
O seu tempo vai estar aqui e o retorno de frente. Veja sempre, fala sempre pertinho do microfone.
Muito obrigado. Obrigado, boa tarde. É um prazer estar aqui.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here to talk about such an important topic after some specifically interesting panels for this debate that connect to this debate on regulation of submarine cables, data center, regulation. Redata is an agenda that is extremely related, and I'd like to thank and tell you how happy I am to talk right now. My name is Michael. I lead the front of public policies of Google Cloud. We've been very much engaged in all those topics, just like you must be, I'm sure. The submarine cable topic is totally relevant for various reasons, but I'd like to start by talking a bit about what I intend to share with you in these next 20 minutes. It's an important topic for the current times, especially because of the data center policies. We heard in the previous panels several things on incentive policies of the BNDES and the policies of the government to attract and foster the Brazilian industry of data center and equipment. And led by this debate, we have a debate that is coming up on the regulation of submarine cables. My idea is to talk about these topics and have some questions. I'd like to share the vision of legislators, some views that come up. This is an initial debate, although we have good indications as to its destination. I'd like to talk about the greatest challenges, so concentration or deconcentration or decentralization of the arrival points and grounding of the submarine cables, the risks of the defense industry in this agenda, and the economic impact of such investment, the role of the state. We've seen again debate on the role of the state regarding attracting and incentives of investments in the area of data centers, and I'm sure there will be a role to be played in the area of submarine cables and an important aspect for public policies in this area, which is the processing of authorizations of the installation and laying of submarine cables. For those that are interested, you must already follow it if you would like to know a bit more how the debate proceeds in the National Congress. It's driven by a bill of 225 of this year that reflects the fact that this is a recent debate from the regulatory standpoint. Although we have had the cables for a long time, it's a bill that proposes itself to create the first legal framework, along with an agenda that is being promoted by the executive branch. The Ministry of Communications actually had some subsidies taken to guide public policies. Worth mentioning that those that work with public policies, while taking subsidies and inputs, is a space to dialogue before the government makes a decision as to how the public policy will be designed. They call the stakeholders and also universities, civil society, those interested in the debate or in the area somehow involved and impacted. As I said, the Ministry of Communications carried out this year and promises for next year to have some general lines for public policies for submarine cables. Likewise, as we mentioned, Anatel in a recent resolution moved forward in this space, but I'd like to stress these initial elements of regulation of submarine cables, the designation of cables with critical infrastructure that is national, brings certain consequences. For example, introduces a key role of the Brazilian Navy and other authorities in protecting the infrastructure It is considered essential infrastructure and therefore should be taken care properly by the agencies involved, and some of the pillars that have guided this national policy of PNICS, one of the strategies that has been built over time is a mixture of certain elements. I'd like to highlight some of them. Extremely important, the exchange of information between countries and international agencies. In the case of submarine cables, this is key for intercontinental cables, cables connecting different countries. So it makes it difficult to have installation when regulations are totally different. You have elements on one end that are very different from those required on the other end. So this dialogue, this search for international standards is key, just as a key aspect, which is this federative articulation. Brazil is a large, complex country, but the fact that it is a federation, this is a regulation that impacts or involves all federative agencies, from the municipalities or local administrations, the Navy, Union, and various environmental agencies in the various layers of the government. But this policy tries to recognize the role of private initiative of bringing in investments, bringing great part of the infrastructure. Therefore, there is an intent, as I said, this is still an initial draft. It's a bill that is starting its legislative life. It seems to be quite correct to have guidance on those fundamental points, just as integration of public policies. This is an area that, as we'll see, we create an area of protection to avoid any physical damage to submarine cables. This will impact the fishing industry, the fisheries, or actually small fishermen. So there's a critical point regarding impacted areas and also the impact of public policies. So the first challenge is the main focus of this debate, even though it's not the only one in terms of importance, precisely the geographical challenge. For historical geographical regions or reasons, Brazil has a concentration of cables arriving in Fortaleza. There are some risks that are present there. So if there's a possible disaster, some environmental issue, or some intentional attack, it can compromise a significant part of the Brazilian infrastructure. And yet, the concern regarding deconcentration or decentralization, Anatel and other agencies are thinking about that. They're seeking decentralization, just as it is sought regarding data centers. There are policies that move hand in hand. But it is important to say that this encouragement is welcome for deconcentration, but it is key for the state to realize that there must be investment in ground network, ground lines, and it's important to pay attention to priority of companies that make such investments that seek specific markets or that have fundamental elements for the decision-making process, just as the decision of bringing data centers, decentralizing them, or taking them to different regions in Brazil. The value of decentralizing is clear, but at the same time, there are certain concerns that should be observed, especially regarding the complementary infrastructure and the concern of making those installations or setting up those facilities. When I talk about physical risk, this has drawn more attention, especially to some areas of conflict or near conflict zones in other regions in the world. And we observe that the main threats are those risks of accidental damage due to mooring, fishing, and other practices. And there are suspicions of intentional practices, especially with state actors or non-state actors in conflict zones. This arises the concern of the Brazilian defense industry. This is a move. Well, the fact that this is a critical structure brings this kind of concern and protection points. We have several solutions suggested. The debate is quite rich on that. The idea of a protection corridor. We should not dive into any of those possible solutions. The important thing is to be brought up here is that this is a debate that is part, and this is a concern that is part of this debate. The Brazil Navy has recently, 2025, made its second broad exercise of simulation, of attack simulation to submarine cables on the Brazilian shore. It mobilized a large number of officers, almost 400 officers and submarines. This is something that is on the radar. I have some pictures of today's initiatives involving staff and also important vessels and equipment of the Brazilian Navy. This also involves the debate on regulation. Regarding the economic impact, well, a good part of this debate is related to the debate on data center and the virtuous circle that counts on the support of the state, but fundamentally on the role of private companies that make such investments. This virtuous circle that we've talked about today involves it impacts with a larger redundancy, and it reduces costs, latency, consequently makes it easier for other public policies, as we've just seen the Ministry of Industry and Trade moving forward with redundant. This attracts and encourages the attraction of data center. It increases attractiveness, new cables. This is a cycle that remains. It's important that the redundant debate on subsidies of encouragement for attraction is also a debate that goes beyond the field of data centers and reaches the debate of submarine cables. Is it the case or not? Is it necessary to have or not stimulus for that in terms of policies for the Brazilian territory? From the standpoint of the debate on network fees, I think this is a debate that perhaps has acquired some maturity in Brazil. It continues, but it's important to observe that submarine cables are an important element of evidence of such investment of infrastructure and part of the companies, and the numbers are quite interesting as they show that as you increase traffic, there is also a drop. As there is an increase of traffic, there is a reduction of the cost of such service. The current scenario as you can see,
trazendo o debate de data center,
has been
carregando
bringing
consigo
this
debate
debate on data center, and along with it,
cabo submarino,
we have the
seja do ponto de
debate
vista
on
de
submarine cables,
investimentos,
be
de
it from
estímulo a
the
investimentos,
standpoint
seja
of
da sua importância no território
stimuli to
brasileiro.
investment
Então,
and its importance to the
acho que
Brazilian
interessante, a
territory.
gente teve
I think
alguma
it's
discussão, algumas das
interesting. We
perguntas no
had
painel
some
anterior
of the questions in the previous panel on
debate de soberania,
sovereignty.
ele
The
também
debate on
chega
sovereignty
ou atinge alguma medida
also
essa discussão no Congresso
reaches
Nacional, a discussão
somehow this
na
debate
cena
at
política
the
brasileira
National
sobre
Congress, the
cabos
political
submarinos.
scene in Brazil on submarine cables.
Há discussões
There
acontecendo, por
are
exemplo,
debates
cabos
taking
estatais
place
ou
on
a
state
soberania
cables, the
dos cabos
sovereignty
submarinos,
of submarine
projetos como o
cables,
projeto do Cabo dos BRICS, né,
projects such as the BRICS
projeto
cable.
transnacional
It's a transnational
por
that
alguns
is
países do
state-led
bloco.
by some countries of the
São
bloc,
projetos e há
of the
outros
BRICS, and
outros
some
elementos dessa
others,
discussão,
some
mas acho que é
elements. There are
importante
other
lembrar
elements to
que
this debate,
o
but it's
caminho de
important to
soberania, por mais que
remind everyone
a
that the
primeira resposta
path
seja
to
tenha sido
sovereignty,
nos
even
tempos
though
recentes, seja para
the
data
first
center
answer has been for
ou para
data
essas outras
centers or to
infraestruturas, seja
other
a
infrastructures,
criação
the
de
creation
infraestruturas estatais.
of
Então, é o data center nuvem
state
soberana, é o data center
infrastructure,
de
a data
governo, e são
center,
passos que fazem
sovereign
sentido para
cloud.
certos
They make
conjuntos de dados, para
sense
alguns
to
conjuntos de
certain
dados, mas existem outras
sets of
formas de se alcançar
data,
soberania
but
que
there are
muitas
other
vezes são
ways
deixadas de
of
lado nesse
attaining
debate,
sovereignty,
e o
sometimes
próprio
left
fato de que
to the
existe
side
um
on this debate.
ecossistema
The very fact that we have an
bastante
ecosystem
plural,
that is
ela
quite
traz elemento de
complex,
resiliência
it brings an element of
importante, né?
resilience that is quite
Também o fato de que
important.
esse é um
And
ecossistema que se
also the
constrói
fact
com
that
base
this is an
neutralidade,
ecosystem built
também
on
nesses modelos estatais,
neutrality, and the state
talvez não fosse o
models,
caso.
perhaps this
Então,
wouldn't be the
essa é uma discussão
case.
que a
So
gente
this
vê
is a
acontecer
debate
e que
that we
talvez
see taking
vá
place,
avançar nos
and
próximos
perhaps
anos.
will move
E eu acho
forward
que
in the
acaba sendo muito
forthcoming
interessante discutir
years.
cabos
I
submarinos,
think it's
porque
quite interesting regarding
a
submarine
gente
cables
parte de uma
because
discussão sobre soberania de
we
dados
start from
nos
a
últimos anos, na
debate
última
on
década,
data
e
sovereignty in
vê,
the
de certa forma, o
past
debate
decade or
público
so.
chegando
We see the
ou se
public
modelando para uma
debate
discussão de
being
soberania de
modeled in a
infraestrutura.
debate of
E,
infrastructure
ao mesmo
sovereignty.
tempo, isso
And yet,
é debate novo,
this
porque
is, well, and
boa
actually,
parte do
this is a
debate
new
sobre
debate. The
criação, por
great part of
exemplo,
the
do
debate on
avanço da
the
computação de nuvens
advance
ou de
of
outras
cloud
infraestruturas
computing and
compartilhadas era
other
justamente
shared
uma discussão sobre
infrastructures
redução de
were
custos do
precisely
Estado
on
e criação dessas
reducing the cost
infraestruturas
of states and
neutras
creating
que
these
pudessem dar
neutral
conta
infrastructures that
do
could
avanço
handle
em
the
parceria com o setor privado das
advance in
demandas de
partnership with
infraestrutura.
the
E a
private
gente vê, enfim, um
sector
debate
of
criando
the
contornos
demands of
novos que trazem
for
uma demanda,
infrastructure. So we have new
trazem um
debates
custo
bringing
alto para o Estado
high
de construir seus
costs
próprios
for the
próprios
state of
seus
building
próprios data
their
centers,
own
suas
data
próprias nuvens
centers,
soberanas
their
e
own
talvez os seus
sovereign
próprios
clouds,
cabos
and perhaps their
estatais
state
de modo
cables,
que
so that,
evidentemente que é
well,
custo projetado para o futuro,
obviously
custo
this
elevado
is
que não
design and
estava
forecast for
no
the
horizonte.
future
Mas
and
acho que esse
quite
é um
high
debate
that was not
invariavelmente a
on
gente
the
vai
horizon.
desenvolver
And we're going to get engaged in
entre
this
as empresas
debate.
e
I
também
mean,
todos os
companies and
atores
also all
interessados,
the
né? Por fim, o último
stakeholders.
ponto que eu queria ressaltar é
Lastly,
sobre a autorização
I'd like to talk about the
pode parecer pouco
authorization. It may seem a
desproporcional com a
bit
preocupação com os outros pontos, uma coisa mais
disproportional regarding
cartorial
the other
sobre a
point.
autorização, mas não
It's
é. Acho que quem
more
estava aqui hoje de manhã viu
red tape like, but it is not.
uma discussão
Those that were here this morning had a debate
data
on
center,
data
a
centers.
discussão de data center, acho que, se não me engano, foi
If I'm not
uma discussão de hoje de manhã
mistaken,
sobre a instalação
it
de um
was
data
a
center e as
debate
dificuldades
this morning on
de ano perdido,
the
de 2025
installation of
perdido
data center and the lost
justamente
year of
nesse processo
2025 for
de
precisely in this
amadurecimento, de
process of
instalação
maturing,
de atendimento de
actually
todas as demandas.
installing and
Então, essa
meeting
passa a
all
ser uma
the
agenda importante. Como eu
demands. This
falei
is an
anteriormente, o Brasil é
important
uma federação,
agenda.
então são
As I
muitos
said,
atores
Brazil is a
envolvidos.
federation. We have
Essa é
many
uma boa modernização da política
actors
pública
involved.
que tende a ter
It's a good
benefício
modernization
grande para
of the
vários
public
atores
policy
futuros
that may benefit
interessados.
future
Eu digo data
interested
center, mas isso também se
actors.
aplica a
I
cabos. Talvez o
mean,
cabo
data centers, this may
mais
apply to
complexo, quer dizer,
cables. For
a agenda
cables, it may
começa
be
com a
more
importação do
complex. You
cabo, uma
start with
importação
the
de um equipamento
importing of the cable,
que
some
sequer chega
device
até
that
até a aduana para ter o desembaraço aduaneiro. Então ele fica
be
no
cleared
litoral,
through
mas
customs, so
começa com a
it
importação do
stays
equipamento
on the
quando é
shore
importado.
or on the
Da mesma
coast. So we
forma, são
have
as várias
the
instâncias envolvidas.
importing of
Então,
the
uma das
device,
demandas
and
da
we have
produção
several
pública,
areas involved.
uma
One of the
visão, uma
demands of
demanda
public
simples, mas
policy,
interessante, é o que se
it's
chama
quite simple
na
and
literatura de
interesting,
balcão
what we
único, que é
call
uma instância que
in
organiza, que faz esse
literature,
processamento,
it's single
esse diálogo interno
counter
entre, não só
that
entre
establishes the
instâncias do governo
internal
federal, mas
debate
também
on various
entre
levels
os
of the
diversos órgãos da
government
federação,
and the
do
various
estado, do município.
agencies of the
Isso,
federation,
isso pode ter um
states,
impacto
municipalities, and
significativo.
this may have a significant impact.
Então, o momento regulatório,
The
acho que
regulatory
um dos pontos
time,
que eu queria
I think
trazer, queria
this is one of
enfatizar
the points that I wanted to
nessa
stress
fala,
in
é que a gente
this
vai
talk,
provavelmente já começou um momento
that
de discussão
we
regulatória
have
e vai
started
acontecer
the
com mais
debate on
intensidade nos
regulatory
próximos anos, em
issues, and it
2026,
will be more
2027, a gente deve
intense
ter
in the next years,
regulatório dos cabos
26 and
submarinos.
27. We should have a
Portanto,
legal
esse é o
framework
momento
for our
de
submarine
criar
cables,
essa modelagem.
as this is a
Me
time to
parece uma
create
boa
this
oportunidade para a
modeling,
gente
and it seems to
defender
me a good opportunity for us
nessa
to
agenda pública
defend in this
uma
public
padronização
agenda
internacional,
an international
aqui mais do que em outras
standardization.
áreas.
Here,
É
more
importante,
than in other
porque, como eu
areas, it is
disse,
important,
é
as I
uma
said,
infraestrutura que conecta
it's an
países,
infrastructure that
muitas das
connects
vezes, né,
countries
conecta
and many
continentes,
times
e,
connects
portanto, a
continents.
padronização da regulação também
Hence,
vai
the
ser fundamental,
standardization
assim como é
of
importante a
regulation will
padronização
be
técnica
key,
para
just
que esses
as
cabos operem
technical
em diferentes
standardization so
lugares.
that cables can
O
operate
Redata
in
é
various
é
places.
uma agenda
Redata
fundamental
is
que
a
vai
fundamental
trazer consigo,
agenda
como eu já
that will
enfatizei mais de
bring
uma
with it,
vez,
as I've emphasized
vai
many
trazer
times,
consigo
it will
o debate,
bring
portanto, é um bom
the
momento
debate, hence
para
it's a
fazer essa
good
discussão.
time
Os
for this
investimentos de data
debate.
center, se acontecerem
The
por
data
todo o
center
Brasil
investment,
também, vão fomentar a ampliação da infraestrutura de cabos no Brasil.
enhance the
E é
cable
sempre um
structure in
alerta
Brazil, and
para
it's
riscos
also a
para
warning
essa
for
tentação de uma regulação.
risks and to
A
have a
tentação de uma
regulation.
regulação de
Well,
modo
the
nova, ela
attempt
sempre
to,
esbarra
this thing
nesse
of a
risco e muitas vezes acontece,
temptation
risco
of
de
a
uma
new
regulação
regulation, we run the
desnecessária,
risk of
excessiva,
having
e que
excessive
vai ter que ser
regulation
revista em
that
alguns anos, mas
possibly is
enquanto ela
revisited
perdura,
in some
ela
years,
causa um
and
impacto
whilst it's in
grande
effect, it
nesse
may
setor.
cause a great
Então,
impact to the industry.
deixo aí
So I will
para
leave,
quem não está
for
envolvido e
those of
tem
you
interesse
who
em
are
segurança, esse
not
debate vai ser um
involved,
bom
are
momento. O ano
interested,
que vem é um bom momento. Então fica aí
next year
o
is a
convite
good time.
para a gente se engajar
And
nesse
here's
debate,
the invitation for you to be
celebrando essas instâncias de
engaged in this
participação
debate,
que estão
celebrating
acontecendo
this
no âmbito federal,
participation. So what's
mas também
happening
buscando todos
on
os
the federal
espaços desse
level, but
debate,
also
seja
seeking all
no
the
Congresso
spaces of this
Nacional,
debate,
seja
be it
no
in the
Ministério das
National
Comunicações,
Congress, the
Ministério da
Ministry of
Indústria
Communications
e tantos
Industry,
outros
and so many
que têm
others
feito isso. E claro, alguns estados
that have
também
done that,
têm
and also
feito a
some
sua própria
states as well
política de fomento e de atração.
have had their
Então, queria
policy
agradecer de
of
novo
fostering
o
and
tempo e a
attracting. I'd like to
oportunidade
thank you for the time and
e convidar todos
opportunity
para esse debate.
and
Muito
invite
obrigado.
you all to this debate. Thank you very much.
Perguntas para o Michael Douglas.
Olá, tudo bem? Douglas, da NZM.
I'm Douglas with MZM. Good afternoon. Thank you for your presentation. Watching your presentation, some things came to mind. First of all, an overlap of what is being proposed with something that already exists. So the Cable Protection Committee. The proposal intends to solve many problems, but there are some things which are already on the right track, and some things which are running fine without regulation. And this is what I fear the most. The use of regulation when it goes beyond technical interest into market interest only. Who are the players? Who are the stakeholders? And how are you considering all these issues? Of course, we have to address sovereignty as something important and take it taken seriously, but it may lead to gaps if you take it too straight to the point. So is there any overlapping with existing rules, and how far does it go? Thank you, Douglas. Yes, there is some level of overlapping. It's common in a number of new regulatory agendas. You've mentioned the Committee of Cables, and there are some other entities self-regulated, right? CONAR for advertising, and they tend to have good results, really, with a very strict process of rules created by themselves. The Committee of Cables and other market practices have a very similar process. But in this case, this is an initiative of some Congress people. It's an agenda coming from the government, not the companies. The companies see it positively. A regulation that creates some more predictability in terms of, from the company's side, it's something positive. Knowing that cables will be protected, know that there won't be inappropriate intervention, that long-term high investments will be respected, complementary infrastructure will be provided for cables to be as efficient as possible. And the private market tends to be self-sufficient in this area. So this regulation is an initiative of the government. That's exactly my point. We shouldn't allow it to be an instrument of the market, avoiding it from being used as a tool of the market. Self-regulation works quite well, but there are some gaps. And that was my main concern, really. I just watch it from the side. But what is the trend of other countries? Are they following along? Are they following these initiatives? I like ITFF. I like their methodology. But what has been observed in other countries concerning the regulation? This is a discussion that is ongoing in some countries. Some countries have evolved more than the others, but concerning the main markets or territories where there is high density of cables, such as Brazil, this is a discussion that is being happening at the same time. But international agencies, being them governmental or not, have a key role to play. Serving as a catalyst so that there are no differences in different countries. But this is an ongoing discussion, and we are going to have to wait for some years to see the agenda moving on and on. It has taken some steps, but it's also moving ahead. Thank you. Well, we are running late. I have a quick question. There was a case this year in the Praia do Futuro in Fortaleza. It's a public construction that could place at risk the structure of cables. Are there any other points in the Brazilian coast that are points of attention that could end up having similar problems in the future, or in the expansion of new cables? Have you been considering, or have you heard of these elements being considered? There are a number of problems involving the impact of the coast areas.
De alguns outros pontos no litoral de cabos que podem correr algum tipo de risco por via de obra pública ou por
Would that be a problem because of private or public constructions? Yeah, that problem in the beach of Fortaleza, very clear example of why some aspects are important here. So concentration leading to the situation of risk. It was difficult to deal with the issue there. But this is why you've asked whether there are other areas, so in São Paulo, in Rio, and probably others where we have new large projects with data center like this, so probably there will be a high density of cables in these areas. And this is an important discussion. This process of regulation that I've described emphasizes why we should have a very mature discussion, try to reduce the densification of cables, and how the public or the government can prevent that. There are some sites which are more important than any other projects of infrastructure. This is the kind of discussion that we should have.
I'm Dilei Fernandes with the Bank of the Amazon. What are the concrete incentives that would require to have new landing points outside Fortaleza? In the Amazon region, for example, Amapá, Pará, and Maranhão. I think there are a number of points there. The policy is not ready yet. We don't have a list of possible incentives, but ideally, it should be a combination of elements. First, geographic location, for example, Fortaleza. It's close to Europe, it's close to the US. It's an important point. The ground optic fiber land structure, equally important, so points for grounding, regardless of where they are. And finally, market. Of course, the companies are going to look for points which are close to potential customers, where the demand comes from. These are elements that are going to guide us in our discussions. Maybe the government will create additional incentives through tax exemption, for example, such as redata. But we will see it coming in future years. Thank you, Michael.
Agora a gente vai ter coffee break.
We are going now to break, and we are going to be back at 4:30. See you then.
pessoal, vamos retomar aqui a nossa agenda.
Well, let's resume. Now to carry on our week of infrastructure, IX Forum 9. I would like to invite Adriana Cancian. She's going to talk. She is a lawyer, so we are going to change gears. Such an important topic to us as well. The responsibility of internet providers in Brazil, the data regulation guidelines, LGPD, and legal framework, and all the elements concerning internet management.
Tá ótimo. Oi, gente. Boa tarde.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon.
Eu fui desfavorecida pelo jogo do Flamengo.
Because of Flamengo's soccer game, I am sure not everyone is in the audience, but we have lots of people with us here. I'm going to talk about the rules applicable to internet providers in Brazil. This is a very important topic, especially because in an event such as this,
como a gente costuma dizer no direito, né, interessantes discussões técnicas.
There are very interesting technical discussions going on, but at the same time, providers are companies, and as companies, they have to meet the legislation in Brazil so that they can operate as best as possible. We're going to talk about some of them, and I hope I can contribute to your better understanding. And I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have. I'm going to address the responsibility of internet service providers in Brazil, the legal framework, LGPD, and other applicable regulations. Let me tell you about the Brazilian landscape. We have increasing regulatory complexity, providers subject to multiple laws and interpretations, expansion of legal and operational responsibility, and an increase of court suits concerning digital conflicts or digital disputes. Our service providers are subject to much more regulation than in the past, when we had the first provider in June 1995 in Brazil. Having more regulation and more cases brought to the courts makes our providers in the market to be in a tougher situation. In other words, internet providers have constant requests brought to their attention. They have to submit data all the time. And you might be wondering, should I provide the data or not? How should this request be brought to the attention of providers? And how should data be provided? So these are frequent questions, especially in cases of smaller service providers that have no internal legal counselor or a chief data officer. All these questions and issues mean that their everyday activity is not easy. Acting as an internet provider requires a very integrated understanding of the system. You cannot be an internet provider in Brazil unless you are very familiarized with the regulations that rule the market operations. The purpose of my presentation is to tell you about the most important laws concerning providers, identify convergency, overlaps, and gaps. Important for you to really be able to understand the legislation, analyze the impacts of the work of our Supreme Court about Article 19, and yesterday I addressed that extensively. Indicate some practical recommendations of compliance and governance in a critical, integrated, pragmatic approach. I am a lawyer, and you are technical people, so I'm going to have an easy-to-guide presentation so that you can understand and use it in your own businesses. Let's start talking about the civil lawsuit, the civil legal framework in Brazil. It has some principles. One of the bases is the 10 elements of the Internet. The legal framework was thought throughout the years, and only in 2014 it was finally passed. It is a law based on principles because all laws that regulate the market of technology necessarily have to be based on principles because technology moves much faster than the legislation itself and much faster than any legal element. Whenever there is a technology advance, we would have to change everything. It would be too complex. What are these principles? Freedom of speech, privacy protection, and network neutrality. These are the three main principles. In addition to that, we have definition of roles of connection providers and application providers. For the first time in Brazil, a law has formalized two different categories, connection providers and application providers with different roles and responsibility, which is absolutely essential. Article 19 talks about responsibility for contents of third party. It is a rule that serves for structure for the use of Internet in Brazil that rules the market of Internet service providers in a very specific fashion. The other piece of legislation that strongly impacts Internet service providers is LGPD for personal data. It is the personal data regulation guidelines because lay people might believe that when we talk about data protection, we are talking about any kind of data, but it's not true. LGPD in Brazil is focused primarily on personal data. Why is it important? In a situation of an incident, the question is, should I report the authorities? And the first answer is, were there personal data involved? If not, there is no need to report. If there were personal data, we're using methodology to identify how many data holders were impacted, and in some situations, depending on the data, our National Agency of Data Protection should be reported. LGPD has a subdivision in the market of Internet providers. They are called controllers or operators, data controllers or operators. Usually they are data operators. As such, they have some responsibilities which are differently from that of controllers, within which Internet service providers would be submitted to the guidelines of data controllers. When the relation between data operator and data controller is not clearly defined or really well tuned, especially described in contract with all rules that should be included, it tends to lead to problems. And this is why everything has to be properly formalized through contracts. Key obligations, of course, the legal base. Well, LGPD prevents you from doing everything. You cannot address personal data, but that's absolutely silly. LGPD just proposes clear management process, transparent processes, especially concerning data holders. So as a data holder, I can know who is collecting my data, where it's being stored, and how it's being used, for the simple reason that the data belong to me. They are my personal data. The intention of the law is to put data holders in the center of the understanding. Why has it become such a complex issue? Data controllers, in many situations, would collect personal data of clients and users without stating that fact. They used data without informing data holders, without knowing who would be handling their data. Has it changed? To some extent it has, fortunately, but not entirely. We still see data handling processes which do not take into consideration the rights of data holders. Legal bases set the rules for data management, such as in paragraph 2, contract obligations. Data can be managed, but there should be a reason for it to be managed or to be handled, which are the legal bases described in LGPD. Information security. Article 46 to 51 in LGPD makes a number of best practice recommendations. Everything you already know, all the best practices that are suggested in LGPD are the ones found in the ISO rules, for example. So if you are in the area, there is nothing new in the obligations of storage and safety control or risk mitigation concerning storage, data storage. Those that are collecting data have to support data holders and say where the data can be found, what has been done with it, and if the holder wants to revoke the use of his or her data, that should also be accepted. The request of a request to revoke the right of data is not always possible. For example, healthcare data. There is a separated legislation that supports the period for which data should be stored. You can see what a complex situation it is. Sometimes LGPD brings an obligation, but it necessarily does not have to be complied with, because it can be different from what LGPD brings, and it tends to bring a lot of controversy. The reason why we should always have a specialist to try to shed some light into the situation. Control of logs, records, and personal data and traffic according to the legal limitation. This is the Achilles heel of most internet providers. Providers get requests which are too broad, too generic, sometimes even impossible to be met because technical specifications are not clear. And in many situations, these requests are not even asked by the courts. If it's requested by the police, it's not legal. It's not a court-based order. So if a provider gets a request of the police, should the data be provided? How should it be brought to the provider? Should it be formalized in a document? How should it be responded? What to do if the request is not clear and I cannot meet and submit the data? Can I ask what is being expected? Can I tell the police or the sheriff that he or she is not the right person to ask for that? So there are a number of factors that have a role to play and make providers have difficult situations. According to the rule, service providers can only meet formal legal orders and should be answered formally through documents. If the request or the order is not clear, preventing you from meeting it from a technical perspective, you can ask for clarification. Ask the requesting authority to make the due clarifications. Otherwise, you might not be able to provide the data that are being requested of you. LGPD redefines operational flows, and it also brings more transparency to data handling. Of course, we can collect data or manage data under LGPD. Before you get any penalties for doing that, all the different requests are going to go through an administrative process that would enable the provider to present a defense, to present arguments. So there are a number of steps before any penalties are collected. I would say that a financial fine or a penalty is really the last step and not the first one. There are two other important rules that are, or laws that are very important for the context of internet providers and other applicable rules. But because of the time I was allowed, I'm just going to make reference to them. If you are interested, I would recommend that you just try to learn more about them. First, Law 12737, Law Carolina Dickman, adding one more article about the invasion of information technology devices. It includes really response to incidents and maintenance of evidence. Sometimes we say in Brazil, maybe the law is never enforced, maybe the legislation is not really applicable or enforceable, and it's believed that this law is not really that impactful. If there is an information-based crime, the idea is to rule it according to, let's say, stricter elements. But anyway, this article exists and it's here to be enforced. There is another law from 1998, which is a law for copyrights, which concerns content which is not available or should be withdrawn, provided that it is based on different critical legal foundations that would allow the content to be withdrawn or removed from the internet. Copyrights concern different works of art that cannot be used in different contexts without the appropriate rights to be respected. There is also Decree 10.222 from 2020. It's called e-Cyber. It set the cybernetic security national guidelines, expectations about governance, resilience, and coordination. The decree and LGPD, and also all the other elements, are based on ISO 27701. So if you are aware of that and implement ISO rule, you are going to be meeting fully LGPD and all the other rules that concern cybersecurity and governance. There are some telecom regulations, which are specific rules for service providers, transparency, customer service, storage, and records. Different expectations of prevention, incident response, and resilience. And I repeated that because it's just so important. And finally, the general law of protection of children, which was voted last year, and it's treating or addressing all crimes that involve children. We call it digital statute of children and adolescents in the digital world. So these are some other rules that may detect the activity. Other applicable rules, for example, if the provider serves the government, there are going to be some other rules for public administration. It serves the educational sector, it's going to consider specific rules which belong to this segment. If the provider works with healthcare, then there are going to be even other situations, because in healthcare, we are dealing with sensitive personal data, which deserves additional protection, especially in the context of data storage, to prevent data leak and to mitigate them as much as possible. Because if there is an incident involving sensitive data, it is also going to be subject to stricter penalties.
Financial sector, very regulated by the central bank, so they have to pay attention to specific rules, contract regulations, and technical standards and best practices, including CGI, references of technical governance and risk management diligence, some provided for in some ISO standards. In addition to general laws, the service provider should operate under certain sectoral norms that vary according to the service provider, and in practice, they are the rules that mold SLAs, technical controls, response to incidents, and diligent controls. When the states have to submit evidence that they are compliant to the data treatment that you carry out within your companies, you usually are based on the general laws and also specific standards, specifically those in the business industries where you act. We have some convergences, some overlaps, and some gaps. Considering all those legislations, convergences are fundamental right protection. Every time you're in doubt, the question is always the following: am I violating any fundamental right of the citizen? If the answer is yes, it means that something needs to be fixed or improved. Security duty regarding storage of data or data storage and possible incident situations. Tests, for instance. We have tests to know how resilient those data repositories are and the need to also prove your customers that you are companies that are concerned about those issues, not only are concerned, but they take care of them. Accountability should be part of the internal governance program that you have. It's not enough to say that you comply, but I should have means to prove that actually what I say I'm doing, that I share legal security to my client, I can prove through above all, technical standards, overlaps regarding civil responsibility and the rights of response. We see that not only one, but many of them, gaps that are in areas of non-regulation, depending on the business we're talking about, and lack of security to service providers. Many times you are much more demanded than necessarily feeling confident in the business segment you operate, including because of the number of interventions you receive and requests on the day-to-day, considering digitization and the growing legal demands in this area. So the system is not incoherent, but it's fragmented. For a small service provider with no legal department, the questions will be frequent. My recommendation to you is that if you have no legal department, you should have at least an advisor so that you can adjust everything and be as compliant as possible. This is having legal security, and preventive actions are much cheaper than reactive ones. Practical cases, recurring situations by service providers, insecurity, incidents, requirements of public authorities, demand of data holders, and legal orders or warrants with broad scope. So you should actually act upon an authority saying that those notices have to be more restricted or at least more detailed. The response requires coordination between legal, technical, security, and governance. Yesterday, when I talked about Article 19 of the Internet Legal Framework, somebody asked me a question regarding certain situations and how to be solved. So the answer was precisely this. If there's no coordination between the legal team and the technical team, at least some of the ends will be loose. So we must have, and legal advisors today, they must have a multifaceted vision, and they must be strategic partners to businesses. They have to anticipate situations in which that the service providers may go through to avoid financial losses. Article 19 of the legal framework, which is this regime of risk accountability, there is a need for a legal warrant. Once we had the Superior Court completing the judgment, we still need to have an outreach. So there is an outreach to protection of service providers. This is important. This restricts many times the number of requests you may receive. Analysis of the constitutionality of the model of Article 19 is being considered partially constitutional, since for the Superior Court ministers, not all contents must have a legal warrant to be removed. Many of them have a previous diligence of providers so that the contents are dropped even before there is a request for it to happen. Debate on the balance between freedom of expression, protection of rights, and accountability. the Superior Court was called upon to address these rights, and one of the most important theses we're addressing the topic on the technical bias and not political one, that freedom of expression, just as all other constitutional principles, it is not overriding the dignity of human beings, another constitutional principle. Every time the freedom of expression is used to offend or to generate loss, be it material or immaterial, to any person, this freedom of expression is not a justification for such act. The constitutional principles must always be balanced because there is no overlapping of a principle regarding another. Echoes of the Superior Court decisions, possible redefinition of the role of service providers, direct impact in internal policies, flows of responses, legal risk management, and need for more accuracy in legal warrants regarding removal of contents or any kind of demand. Recommendations of compliance and governance. I'm totally over time. Promise I'm about to end. Clear mapping of legal obligations. If the company doesn't know its obligations, things can get tough. Definition of internal flows regarding legal warrants, incidents, and actually servicing holders, integration between areas that are legal, technical, and security, documentation, and traceability. It's not enough for the company to say that it does. It must prove that everything is being done. And lastly, the accountability of service providers is multi-norm. It's not very good news because there are several laws that you must comply with, but providers, fortunately, are not the only ones that have to be subject to the same regulations. The challenge is not only to comply with isolated laws, it's to harmonize legal demands with technical or real technical limits. The future regulation requires dialogue between law, technicality, and governance. As I said, it's very important to count on professionals that are multifaceted. Thank you very much.
Perguntas muito rápidas, por favor.
A minha vai ser muito rápida.
Very brief questions. Mine will be very brief, not exactly on the topic of the talk. This is what's happening here. Interaction between the two sectors, as you put on the slide, is totally necessary. The question actually is upon request of a friend. We from networks know where to talk about networks, and you in the legal world know where to talk about legal stuff. Is there an intersection or specific points of the encounters or meetings of the legal people where we could go to and talk? So we need to improve this dialogue. That is precisely something that is quite interesting. What I may tell you, my experience, that it is easier for you to find a lawyer that is able to be the go-between between technical and legal, rather than finding a technician that is able to dialogue correctly with the legal area. But of course, there are exceptions. Okay. Thank you. Elisandro from Next Hub Salute. Well, because it is a law that we understand as a lawyer, we cannot solve it alone without the IT people, and the IT people cannot solve these things alone. We are all certified by ICM in LGBT and GDPR. So the general data protection laws. Well, I'd like you to talk a bit about some misunderstandings, especially when you get a police officer arriving to your company many times in a very aggressive way, and the service provider obviously prefers to meet the needs of the officer. And the second thing is that LGPD is not only connected to the treatment of what is digital, it applies to the physical one as well. So all those data protection things, they are applied to the physical or brick and mortar world because people are used to dealing with networks. And the third is regarding sensitive data. Many times this is not addressed by or treated by service providers, but there's a great confusion regarding what is actually sensitive data or not. I'll try to be brief in my answers here, Julio. First of all, when we talk about LGPD, the General Data Protection, well, we're talking not only of the client, but the company. This encompasses physical documents. There is a mix-up because thinking that the law only applies to digital world, not true. It applies to any repository, be it physical, digital, that contains personal data. With regards to those police officers, well, there are two possibilities. They can actually arrive with a warrant, and it's okay if this happens, and they may arrive to your company without a legal warrant in an aggressive way, pressuring service providers to provide certain data, and they may actually suffer some kind of penalty. In small towns, this is quite common. So the recommendation, well, the technical recommendation actually is that data should never be made available without you're actually receiving some kind of legal warrant. In cases that this is not possible, there is a hostile environment that many times the dialogue is not possible and data needs to be delivered later. The legal department should be in touch with the police officer to know to which inquiry they have the data have been submitted, so that you have some conditions of responding to that if you are called upon regarding such situations, some kind of safeguard to know where the data were submitted, because I know sometimes you don't get this information. So the authorities arrive there, they ask for the data, they don't say what for or to whom, they say it's secret and full stop. The third point I can't recall. On sensitive data. Sensitive data, especially for service providers that serve healthcare industry. We always mention that because it's quite large. Amongst others that may have sensitive data, there are those that need to, more than the others, be concerned about security. When we talk about sensitive data, it's important to say that in legislation, personal data is a group, and sensitive data is a subgroup within personal data. I have some personal data that may be sensitive, as for example, any information regarding that identifies a person that if it is exposed unduly, the information may cause great loss to this person. For example, some kind of medical treatment, some religious aspects. In Brazil, we have protection regarding religious practices, but there are countries, for example, that the fact that you say that you are of religion A or B, you may have great problems. It's fundamental for us to remember that sensitive data are part of personal data, and they must more detail in terms of how they are stored. Have I answered your questions, Adriana? I'm Frances Roberto from USB. What is your guidance to a small provider with 500 to 5,000 subscribers after going data leak of their users that are being acquired by a third party? What steps should we take, considering they have no legal department? They are not part of an association that helps them in this aspect. They're almost all alone. What kind of steps need to be followed by the service provider. There's been an attack, there was a data leak, and they are lost. What should they do? The reactive measures are always more complicated than the preventive ones. When you have a data leak, if you don't have a legal counsel, an internal security team, you need to at least somebody in the company to have some kind of condition to evaluate the incident, especially if there were personal data involved in the incident, to know whether you need to notify the agency of personal data protection. If within the company there is no one with those technical conditions, I don't see any other way out rather than asking for legal counsel. You don't need to have legal department full-time. You need to have a legal counsel. After the crisis period, what I recommend is exactly what Elisandro mentioned. If your company is not able to have specific consulting services, you yourself can be certified, can study, take courses. There are many online courses so that you have a better understanding, even if minimum of legislation, so that you can actually manage in such situations like data leak. Second question. Sorry, it's brief, very brief. No, look, we have no time. Come on, we can talk later. I'll talk to you later. Sorry. Thank you, Adriana.
Bom, dando continuidade agora, eu gostaria de convidar o David Schwartz, do Google.
Let me now invite David Schwartz with Google. He's going to talk about Google peering, trends, recent changes, and future guidance.
The floor is yours.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dave Schwartz from Google. Very happy to be here. I manage ISP partnerships for Google, so that's peering and GGC. Previously, I was product manager for Google Peering for the past several years. So I'd like to share some updates on our recent peering policy changes. We'll talk about what we observed and what comes next. So, why are we here? Is a talk like this still relevant in today's world? We've made a lot of numerous changes to our peering policies over the last year, with many more actually over the last 2 years. We've not really shared at a forum like this why we made changes. Most have been experienced probably in this group as either silent updates to our website or automated emails. We understand we're a large part of the internet ecosystem, so we want to share more on the specific changes, the why, and what it means for our partners in the ecosystem. So we'll take you on the journey with us and share how we arrived at where we got to today. So let's go back to 2015. That's about 10 years ago, and see what was happening to get the story straight. So YouTube was growing at double digits year over year. There was no premium offering, and it was ad-supported only. Search and ads continued to grow in traffic and revenue, and Google Cloud was very new. Google App Engine became generally available in 2011, and Compute Engine, which is our virtual machines, only became generally available in 2012. So what did that mean for peering and connectivity? We were very open. We were willing and desired to peer with everybody, everywhere, with as much capacity as possible. Given the rates of growth, having more capacity was always better than being short. Similarly, we were also deploying our GGC caching nodes liberally with very low traffic requirements. As part of that, our backbone, AS15169, was expanding to support all of those product offerings. And since 2015, we've expanded to multiple new markets globally. So in summary, lots of product growth, expanding network with the connectivity to support it. So let's fast forward to where we are today. With respect to our internet connectivity, cloud customers using the internet in front and center for us, specifically at the edge. We have all manners of enterprises using our network for business critical services, including front-end ingress load balancing, Those would be for web applications, API calls, and VPN tunnels. So particularly for customers running VPN concentrators in cloud, they're reselling full VPN tunnels to our network. So stable latency is crucial for those customers and the customers of those customers. Even minor fluctuations in their experience can cause severe escalations internally. With respect to search and ads, they may remain important to Google, but those are now largely stable in terms of traffic patterns. And after 10 years of expanding GGC and peering very liberally, we are now connected to an increasingly large number of networks. So, what do we have now? Our peering policy is now selective, and we are only turning up PNIs on 100G ports. We're no longer turning up any new IX peering, or are we peered with any route servers globally. We launched our Verified Peering Provider program last year, which is encouraging cloud customers to use what's essentially a well-peered ISP to connect to Google instead of directly peering with us. And I'll explore more on why we launched that program in a little bit. Most of our network expansion is now exclusively for Google Cloud, and that's specifically at the edge of the network. Our regions have VM to internet latency requirements to achieve low latency for the users surrounding the cloud region, who are primarily the customers. We also stopped expanding YouTube to new AS15169 locations. So example, in Europe, Brussels was a new metro we launched. It serves all Google traffic except for YouTube. And many of our upcoming metros, YouTube won't be available for egress. And as you can see from the graph on the right-hand side, cloud traffic continues to grow. So how did we get from 10 years ago to where we are today? So let's talk about some examples. So the first was ingress traffic to our network over internet exchanges. So the diagram on the right shows a time when we saw a sudden and persistent spike of cloud traffic coming to our network, and that was specifically Google Cloud Storage traffic. Now you can imagine if anyone else is using that same port for ingress, they're going to see packet loss and latency. And for Google Cloud customers using that, it's a very real problem for them since this is frequently business-critical traffic they're exchanging over the exchange. During the time the image was taken, we had been peering with route servers, which actually amplified the likelihood and occurrences of issues like this, as many more networks were able to send us traffic inbound. Now, even without route servers, when things like this happen, managing this many sessions over an internet exchange becomes both operationally taxing for our teams and also for our teams that manage the coordination with the thousands of networks that we peer. So at the end of the day, this kind of behavior we see as an experience risk for Google Cloud customers on ultimately a shared fabric. So let's talk about mitigation and ownership when we see something like this. Usually it's up to Google to manage this. The IX is a somewhat neutral party here. So when we mitigate these types of events, it usually involves a drain of some sort. Usually we either drain the offending traffic or the surrounding traffic to protect it if it's important. The problem is that we don't actually know where that traffic is going to go in many cases once it's rerouted. We have exchange redundancy with some exchanges in a metro, but some we don't. And even if we did have that physical redundancy, we don't necessarily have peering with all of the networks across those. So it's a bit of a wild card, where that traffic goes, and that goes against the customer's desires or having that stable internet latency. On the other hand, we rarely hear about or see these types of complaints when we're peering with an ISP. And that likely is an indication that ISPs are responding quickly and managing this congestion versus waiting for Google as they own that aggregation point. Related, when we see this type of event on a PNI traffic directly with an internet service provider, we have a much better idea of where that traffic is going to go. And the reason is because we require PNI redundancy with those ISPs in that same metro. So when we TE that traffic, the alternative path is much more predictable and stable. All right, let's go to another example. So similar to what I touched on the last slide, this is how cross-metro failover can actually impact a customer. So you can see on the graph, we had a customer who was running a VPN appliance on Google Cloud. That means for all of their customers who are doing that full tunnel, this cross-metro latency is essentially added to the full end-to-end latency. That's because all traffic will go in the tunnel from the customer and then egress out our edge to be their internet edge. The customer was expecting about 100 milliseconds of latency based on previously observed behavior, but we had a planned maintenance, and that traffic was rerouted to a faraway metro, basically tripling the latency in a few use cases, which you can see in the graph. And that can make the internet almost unusable for some customers. This was an example here in LATAM, but we do see similar types of situations globally as well. And when this happens, this can severely impact the customer's perception of Google Cloud, particularly if our customers have large amounts of their customers in one of these areas. So here's the third example I'll share about black holing. So we have a set of cloud customers that do have an ASN, presence at a colo facility, and they are peering with us. So during normal operations, everything works as intended, but when there's some sort of planned or unplanned outage, Google will fail over the traffic to another metro, assuming we have connectivity with them and they're announcing all their prefixes to us. However, what we found out is that the customer actually experiences a black hole of that traffic during a failover. So when troubleshooting with them, we discovered that they have firewalls sitting directly behind all of the peering connectivity. And that's in all locations, as you can see in the diagram. The firewall will then see that rerouted traffic as suspicious since it's asymmetric. And the firewall will block all of that traffic, causing a black hole. And then all of the frustrations and escalations that come with that. So to mitigate that, what some customers have done is they want to keep the firewall for obvious reasons. They're an enterprise network, but they put a mesh network in front of the firewalls so that all that synchronous traffic is maintained at the same internet and egress endpoint on the customer side, but we can still fail over our network. Not all customers are doing that, only some that we've seen. But again, this is a real challenge for enterprises that do want to peer with us, but it ultimately impacts the connectivity experience, if they do have business critical workloads. So these are kind of the three main experiences that we've seen over the last several years. So what did we actually do in response? So here's kind of everything we did and what's going to happen going forward, and I'll talk about in a little bit. And we've had a good degree of success with a lot of the measures that I'll talk about here. So back in 2022, we required redundant P&I connectivity for all the networks that we peer with. So this was a policy change, lots of communication to all the networks that we peer with. And the key point, going back to some of the slides, was to achieve that stable latency in the metro during planned and unplanned outages. We've been monitoring this very closely, and since then we've essentially inverted the number of networks that we peer with that actually have redundancy in a metro area. Following that change, we did de-peer all route servers. So this was designed to mitigate multiple challenges we had, including what I mentioned before about that uncontrollable inbound traffic. We also have a high focus on BGP hijacks at Google, and that did present a risk for us. We did a presentation at EPF, I think 2 years ago, that did a deep dive on some of the challenges we see with route servers. Similarly, since then, we have seen a reduction in the amount of ingress traffic to our network and the related congestion events that I mentioned. We also started looking at some of our remote IX connections we had. So those were built in the early days of Google when YouTube traffic was exploding. Now that our products have matured, we started asking ourselves if some of the complex and expensive connectivity we had was worth it, or can we double down on the more scalable connectivity? We did an analysis on all of the alternative paths and the YouTube quality and determined that it didn't really make business sense, so we exited most of our remote IX connectivity around the world. Finally, when it comes to VPP, we wanted to give our cloud customers a simple alternative to peering that mitigated all the black hole issues, minimized that out-of-metro failover, and provided that stable latency that they all want. So we also continue to get questions from our account teams and customers on which ISP is actually best connected to Google and where they're actually connected so they can plan their workloads accordingly. While VPP was a limited release, it's now open for most ISPs in the world to join today. And so that gets us to where we are right now. So hopefully that story kind of makes sense. So as we saw all these new traffic and these new traffic patterns that created all these new challenges for us, we had to adopt from where we were 10 years ago to meet those challenges. So I mentioned VPP a couple times, Verified Peering Provider. So I'll talk about that. I'm sure many of you have heard about it, some have not. But ultimately, it's a badging program for internet service providers designed to give customers, like I said, an alternative to peering. Essentially, they will purchase internet services or layer 3 services from what is a well-peered ISP. You can think of it simply as an ISP partnership program where we recommend networks to cloud customers. We award the badge in 2 tiers, silver and gold, and it's solely based on technical criteria. And in all of our product messaging on Google Cloud, we now redirect all of our customers to actually go acquire connectivity through a provider instead of directly peering with our network. So let's talk about some of the criteria. It was definitely carefully designed and debated internally on what went in here, and it's designed to help mitigate all the issues I previously highlighted. And these also go above and beyond any minimum peering requirements that we have. So for Silver, ISPs need to peer with us in at least 1 metro area and connect to us at 2 Google POPs for redundancy. We also require V4 and V6 dual stack on all PNIs. We cannot peer on internet exchanges for the reasons we previously discussed, but we'll talk more about that in a minute, and have the NOC contacts validated on our side. That's so we can quickly get in touch with an ISP when there's an issue, as sometimes email domains change as companies evolve. Moving over to Gold, an ISP needs to meet all of the Silver criteria and meet us in a 2nd metro area. In that 2nd metro area, diverse PNIs are required, but they can be at the same Google POP. The PNI requirements I'm sharing here are only the minimum, so any PNI metros above and beyond this won't change eligibility. So to kind of wrap it up, the key points are really for Silver, you need to have PNIs with Google in a single metro, at least 2 of them, and for Gold, you need 4 PNIs across 2 metro. So let's talk about one of the key pillars of the VPP program, which is sharing where Google is peered with all of our VPPs and with what level of redundancy. The image you see here is a snapshot of what our web page looks like right now. You can see the full list of VPPs on peering.google.com, and we have over 160 enrolled today. So just a couple of quick pointers on how this page works is that only metros where Google and the VPPs have redundant connectivity is shown. So for example, metros where there's only 1 connection are actually excluded. And again, the idea there is we don't want to recommend customers an ISP who doesn't have that redundancy in a metro, because if the customer's workloads are there and there's a planned or unplanned outage, they're going to see that latency spike. You also see a plus sign next to some of the metros. This is an indication that an ISP is connected to 2 POPs in that metro. The website HTML just has a limited width, which is why we did it in that plus. But we're looking at more ways to clearly make that visible on the website. As networks build and add more redundancy, and we are seeing a lot of networks respond to kind of have a better showing of where they're connected, we do update the website. ISPs have to request it, and we update the website about once or twice a week, depending on what's going on. And as I mentioned, the VPP program is now open for any ISP to join. So just to quickly highlight some of the features that we're providing the ISPs who join, in addition to allowing networks to showcase whatever logo they want, all their peering locations, sales region, and a link to the URL, there's a couple of other things to note. So the VPPs who join get to use the badge in their marketing material that I previously showed. Some of the providers have created custom websites and handouts to showcase how well they're connected to Google. We don't charge to join the program, so it's free for ISPs to join, and it's free for anybody on the internet to view the list of who is a VPP. The entire program is managed through the Google ISP portal, so if you use that to manage your traffic and your GDC tickets, it should be familiar. You can view your eligibility, where you meet and don't meet the criteria in our UI. And you can also sign up directly through the portal and change or upgrade tiers as needed. And so the portal data collects network information in near real time to evaluate how you qualify. So every couple of hours, the eligibility is updated depending on your connectivity to Google. So let's talk specifically about internet exchanges and how that works with VPP. So we are working with many internet exchanges worldwide so that they can enroll to be part of the VPP program. So you can see on the top of the page, this is the existing IX model that exists today, right? Google peers directly with all members of the internet exchanges or whoever we choose to peer with. We exchange traffic directly, and it's the standard connectivity model. Below is what we're calling a layer 3 internet exchange. And in this model, the exchange essentially aggregates traffic on the IX on behalf of Google. Now, on the bottom side, you can see First, the Internet Exchange would obtain an ASN that's separate from the route server ASN, and then they would create 2 P&I connections to Google, each with its own BGP session. This is then an identical configuration to how Google would create P&Is with an ISP. If the P&Is are at separate Google POPs, it then allows the IX to actually qualify for VPP. The Internet Exchange would then announce routes from the Internet Exchange to Google, and we'll talk more about that in the next slide with what the options are there, with the ASN in the path that the IX is using to connect to Google. So in this model, while Google is still connected to the Internet Exchange fabric when configured at layer 3, Google will only have a peering relationship with one single ASN. Internet Exchange members who are exchanging traffic with Google will work directly with the Internet Exchange to facilitate that connectivity. It's also important to note that we're not requiring any Internet Exchanges to adopt this model. It's an opt-in program that we're working closely with many IXs around the world. So let's talk about the route exchange specifically. So we announce all of our prefixes over our L3 IX connections, just as we do to any ISP that we connect with. Now, regarding what routes the layer 3 IX can announce to Google, there's a couple of options that are there. The first option is that the IX can configure BGP sessions with specific ASNs from the ASN we connect with, and then re-announce those routes to Google. This would essentially be an IX providing some sort of partial transit service for specifically Google routes. We also see some Internet Exchanges around the world selling full IP transit routes over the exchange and then peering off that traffic to the VPP ASN. So ultimately, with either of these options, it enables the IX to offer these net new services to their members. And we are seeing some of these services being implemented by IXs as a new VLAN on some of the existing ports. We're also seeing some Internet Exchanges re-announcing the L2 route server routes over the VPP ports. So in some cases, for very large IXs, this can drive a large amount of traffic. Some are doing it just point blank, announcing all of the route server routes to us. Other exchanges are being maybe more graceful and configuring communities to allow members to opt into that. It's important to note that in both of those options, we will see a new ASN in the path when the routes are announced to Google. And we also do IRR and RPKI filtering for routes that we do see announced to us on our edge. So, why are we going down this model, right? And I think that's an important question to talk about. And there's a few key reasons. First, like I mentioned, it goes back to our cloud customers. We do see a lot of cloud customers having existing connection to Internet Exchanges, and we want to enable them to continue to reach to Google, but without the complexities of managed peering or establishing new physical connectivity. And the same goes for small networks connected over the IX who don't qualify for Google peering today. So by connecting over layer 3, they'll continue to be able to reach Google over an Internet Exchange. I also mentioned, we manage large amounts of BGP sessions on our peering edge, which is an operationally challenging endeavor. A layer 3 IX can help simplify that connectivity and the troubleshooting by having the IX support some of those operational engagements with the ISPs, right? A lot of the IXs have existing relationships with their members versus us who have many, many networks connected worldwide. And ultimately, that can help give the ISPs and cloud customers a better overall experience. We also want to help IXs offer new services at layer 3, so those can be a partial transit or even a full transit service, if an Internet Exchange is interested in growing their business. All right, so let's talk about what comes next. So call to action. So everybody sitting in this room or watching, what does this really mean to everybody? So first, if you're already peering with Google, P&I, or qualify for P&I, nothing is going to change. You can consider enrolling as a VPP. This can enable you to get visibility to our cloud customers so they can select a well-connected ISP. And it also helps networks who don't qualify for peering get more information on where their upstreams are connected to Google. Now, what happens if you don't qualify for peering and don't have peering today? There's a couple options there. One option is to connect through a verified peering provider or grow your traffic so that it would meet our criteria. I also want to mention, that we're not removing any existing IX sessions. We're just no longer adding any new existing Internet BGP sessions over an IX today. So now, what if you're an IX? Like I mentioned, we value the Internet Exchange's roles in the community, and we want to work with them. So we do offer the IXs to connect at layer 3 if they'd like, and then become a part of the VPP program that we have. All right. So what comes next? Google Cloud is expanding to more regions, so more peering POPs and metros will follow. As mentioned, we want all the users surrounding the cloud region to have that low latency access to the cloud region. So we have upcoming cloud regions in Thailand and Kuwait, and we do have new internet peering POPs coming to support that. We are going to invest more in the VPP program. We've gotten a lot of good feedback from our cloud customers and ISPs. Some cloud customers are now deliberately choosing to use ISPs, and we are getting feedback from ISPs that they want to expand their connectivity with Google because cloud customers are consuming their VPP services. So we're looking at new criteria, probably to be launched next year sometime, that will be related to the amount of capacity headroom on our VPPs. BGP security, so doing things more about ensuring our VPPs are doing RPKI filtering, and also looking at the peering availability, so how well and up is the connectivity between Google and our VPPs. As part of that, we're also looking at more benefits for our VPPs, so things like prioritized or faster support from Google's NOC, providing more connectivity data to assist with troubleshooting and analytics, and then potentially even more sales channels at Google as well. So similar to what we did with all of our remote IX connections, we're always looking at our IX and metro footprint to evaluate what makes sense, as our network grows and evolves. And then the last thing I want to touch on, which we get a lot of questions on, is AI. So its impact at the internet edge is still unfolding. With all of the LLMs, with Gemini 3, with VO, we haven't seen such a large impact specifically on internet peering traffic. But with the potential for AGI, agents, inference, we're keeping a close eye on what it means for new requirements. And that's strictly at the internet edge. Obviously, what's going inside Google's network is a different story. And that concludes my presentation. So I'm happy to take any questions if they're out there.
Temos perguntas para o Dave?
Do we have any questions for Dave?
I have one.
Sure.
When you say that we connecting with VPP, the ASN of the intermediate will be inside the SPF. Could it have some issue with another connection, another announcement of the same prefix coming from other resource that have different priority?
Yeah, you're right. So let's say some ISP has an upstream provider that peers with us, and then they consume VPP services from an IX. Yes, from our perspective, we will see the same AS path between the two. And then our mapping usually routes between, based on AS path, but we also take in latency, and we try to share that traffic. So that way, whoever's BGP table got into Google first doesn't take all that traffic. But it's something that, ISPs can work with their upstream or their VPP to determine if they want to announce all prefixes or if they want to prefer one provider or another.
Não temos mais perguntas para o Dave. Eu queria
Apparently, we have no more questions for Dave. Well, since we're dealing with this topic of...
Sorry, I'm speaking in Portuguese. No, it's okay. Sobre, assim, se tem ISPs aqui na
If we have ISPs here in the audience that have had problems that are facing some kind of issue of they've changed the way they're doing peering with Google. He's asking some ISPs, Dave, the experience, people from ISPs that do peering with Google, if anything has changed to them. He's asking the audience, actually.
Olá, Parabéns pela
Hi.
apresentação.
Congratulations on your presentation.
Detalhe
There's a detail that is specific that I have
uma operação específica. Pelo
with a
peering
specific operation. By the peering that we have with Google, for example, the streamings, the lives, they end up not working. We have this issue. The second thing that I'd like to know, since the traffic, we need to have a demand of 10 gig, wouldn't this be difficult, especially those at the end, because the small ISPs take internet to the final end, and this will increase the cost much more. That will depend on third parties there are within the VPP. So I'd like to know why this is happening, and what is the way of helping those small and mid-sized ISPs that do not have such specific traffic of 10 gig. Just to help you set the context, tell Dave about the scene. Where is your provider? Where is your ISP? In Pará state. What's the distance from Pará to São Paulo? Huge.
3,000 kilometers from São Paulo.
Something like 2,500 miles, 2,500 miles. Yeah, something like that. 2,000 miles. Another point he has, the aspect of Google actually having the availability of closing some, having availability of installing VPNs on other places, like, for example, Pará state.
Thank you for the
I think you need to take it off. Okay.
I'll touch on the live traffic, and then I'll touch on the transit. So for live traffic, yes, we are seeing a big growth in live traffic on YouTube. We are evolving our GGC caching platform to focus more on live. And we know the World Cup is coming. We know there's a lot of interest there. So we are proactively working with ISPs on that, and we expect a wider rollout over the coming months and years to help support live traffic be more efficient on the GGC platform. Relating to your question about transit and 10G, and particularly where you are very far away from Sao Paulo, one of the challenges we have is that the internet architecture itself and the hardware platforms are moving to 100G, and we're even seeing a huge amount of demand for 400G as well. So strictly from a space and power and infrastructure build out, 10G ports are becoming quickly obsolete, and we have to keep our network up to date. So one thing we're positioning is that we didn't want to just change the policy also without giving your networks an option. So we're hoping that the more ISPs that are enrolled in VPP, the more options that you can get to clearly see where these networks are connected with Google. And hopefully that competition helps enable them to drive down the cost for connectivity to Google. And you can use that list as a way to kind of obtain the best pricing connectivity if you don't qualify for peering with Google.
Ok, obrigado.
Okay, thank you.
Bom, ninguém mais.
Nobody else?
Thank you very much, Dave. It's a pleasure having you here. Ele é o Pedro Torres, para quem não conhece.
He's Pedro Torres, if you don't know him.
Na verdade, minha pergunta é para o Júlio.
Actually, my question is for Julio. Is there any work being carried at IX São Paulo so that it can qualify in a layer 3 model, similar to what Google expects, so that it can be qualified as a VPP? And if you have a simpler model to make this transition, yes, probably we should become a VPP. Actually, we already do some kind of VPP with OpenCDN, not in São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, in other locations. Rather than connecting to Google, we connect to Google's cache. So a way of doing it, well, it's something we're getting used to. So it's just a matter for us to see the sizing of the capacity that we'll require to have, and then we'll move forward, unless Moreiras doesn't want that. But I think we are in agreement regarding that. Julio, And how about this will be scaled to other ISPs? Basically, it's Google driving this, but I think in a short while, the large CDNs will want to do the same to solve the same problem. Right? Yes. I believe that every company has their own policy. There are many that don't use a route server, that use the VLAN of the ATM to do their BGP direct sessions. So I don't see, well, we have to respect the wish of all those autonomous systems, but there are pros and cons. Each one has their own vision. Just to add here, do you think that if we operated on a model, as Fabio explained this morning, or trying to take some of their pure L2 and all work on LPS, if you could take, say, layer 2 to avoid high latency instabilities, could we revert the situation once the infrastructure does no longer cause most of the problems that has led to the solution? I don't think so. Well, I'm giving you my opinion. I don't work with CDN. I think their motivation is much more having greater control on the relationship with the peer. And that's from Microsoft many years ago. I don't know if you have another CDN that wants to pronounce themselves, Fabio, feel free to do that. He won't say anything. Hi, good afternoon, Gondin from ISP Focus. Just briefly, there was a slide showing some best practices that Google also requires, the IRR, that for a certain time, few people believed that Google would require that as well. But now we have the next step of the drop of the RP. Many ISPs do not have this LPKI. Is that the forecast of the RPKI on the part of Google? Is there a forecast as to when this will happen, RPKI?
Yeah, so today we are doing IRR and RPKI filtering on all ISPs we peer with globally. So if your routes are invalid, we will drop them, but we do not filter any unknown RPKI prefixes.
Opa, boa tarde. Pergunta para o Dave.
Hi, Dave, I have a question. My name is Aderval. I'm from UGAR regarding the broadcast of the World Cup next year. And we had an example of traffic peak today at the final of Flamengo and PSG. There was a very abnormal peak during this period this afternoon. And there was a peak broadcast was about 6 million at Casé TV. They hit that mark. Next year, it will certainly be much bigger. I'd like to know what Google has been doing to prepare for such high traffic, and if there will be time to interact with the ISPs to make some temporary expansion, or if you will have something that is more definitive.
Yeah, it's a good question. The answer is yes, we're definitely focused on both the growth of live traffic and how we manage the infrastructure to support that. So as I mentioned, the GGC platform, we are working on our hardware roadmap. There is some specific live optimized caching platforms we're working on. And then as we build our roadmap over time for the next evolution of the GGC servers, we are looking at how that can better support not only live traffic, but can do more egress per watt and more egress per rack space, because we know that is a challenge as well.
Okay. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you very much.
Bom, agora, daqui a pouco tem a cerveja, tá, gente? Mas primeiro a gente vai fazer aqui uma sessão.
In a while, but before that, we'll have a session now that we call Data Center Moment. We talked a lot about data center, and we've invited 8 companies to be talking here for 3 minutes, each one, on their activity, on what they have been doing in Brazil and what their plans are. So let us be patient and bear with us. I'd like to ask all the 8 representatives if you could be down here close to the stage so that we can speed it up. And then Galvão has the list and we'll be fast here. We'll speed it up. There are lots of cariocas, and I kindly ask you to be kind to them because they're sad. I'm going to list the order. Accent, Vinicius Mineto, please.
Bola. Oi, pessoal. Tem. Tá bom. Tá bom. Oi, pessoal. Boa tarde a todos. Obrigado
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to be with you here. It's a great pleasure of Accent to update part of our market, our business. Let me tell you a bit about it. Accenti, just to update it, it's the largest data center company in Latin America. Accenti, over 20 data centers in operation in Brazil, serving Brazil, Chile, and Mexico, and some other opportunities coming up in the market. Of those 20 data centers in operation in Brazil, many are under construction. We're going to get to 38 in the next 5 years. So it's very bold business, and this is very much related to everything we've seen in terms of cloud here, and it won't stop. And great expectations regarding AI. Lots of proposals around. Let's see how things are going to be more tangible. These are some of the Accenti numbers. 690 megawatts of total energy capacity to 62,000 racks. The only with 100% SLA availability on the contract. And today, for a long time, something very important, ESG, 100% renewable energy and 100% carbon neutral. So this is the slide I like best. I say that Accenti has a focus on infrastructure and must have lots of partners next to me. When I talk about partners, I mean a lot of companies that are here with me at this event. Telcos, ISPs that you see up there on the slide. I'm talking about cloud providers, service providers. I mean, submarine cable connections. Accent has its own fiber network serving Praia Grande, Fortaleza, Rio de Janeiro. And we have capacity to address all those stations and take fiber to our data centers. And we have the part of connection with the main content enterprises. You see many of them. I'll rush a bit into connection with NIC.br. NIC.br, speaking from São Paulo, Campinas, and Vinhedo. I have São Paulo, Campinas. We did that along with IX to make the life of people living in the interstate better or easier. So all the certificates, that's Accenti and advice, very much focusing on energy efficiency, ESG, carbon neutral aspects. Those are the main topics today of the market, because some of those things that people talk about, AI on water, this is very important. But I'll rush through this to talk about companies that bet on Ascenti, from the providers, content, and enterprise market. Leave a message for you. Here, you can visit our booth on the 3rd floor to get to know us. Let's chat. I want to make your lives easier to connect to IX, to have a pop with us. This is a challenge that we have that is huge, and we want to take as many connections as possible. Again, Ascenti to make it doable. As the cheapest one, 300 reais, you can be connected. This is what I wanted to leave as a message here. Thank you.
Gostaria de convidar a Ultranet, Ariel Machado.
Let me invite Ultranet, Ariel Machado. Are you there?
Não está. Certo? Então, pula o número 2, Alemão, por favor. Número 3, a Zap Telecom, com a Arley.
Well, our next provider.
Olá, boa tarde.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm here to describe a case study that we used at ASAP concerning monitoring. ASAP focuses on monitoring hacks. Very few data centers in the world have it. We provide to customers a service, we deliver, and we guarantee the service to the customer. The guarantee that they won't have their hack open without knowing it, and monitoring temperature and humidity.
Nós desenvolvemos produto, tá? Isso foi desenvolvido internamente dentro da ASAP.
We have developed a product where we use technology LoRaWAN and MQTT. And I would like to talk a little bit about this case study that we performed, something which has been in production for a while now, and we haven't had any problems so far. Let me start by comparing landline, Wi-Fi or LoRaWAN. Landline, well, we excluded it right from the beginning because at ASAP, as well as my partner Fausto, we don't like cables. We don't like cables and wire. We always thought that things should always run by Wi-Fi.
Fizemos a comparação entre o Wi-Fi comum.
We compared regular Wi-Fi, Ethernet cables, and LoRaWAN.
A gente acabou pegando alguns parâmetros de segurança, densidade máxima, consumo
energético. Security, maximum density, energy consumption, delivery assurance, reach, and latency. Well, security.
Fazendo os comparativos, a gente entendeu que LoRaWAN era muito mais
LoRaWAN was much safer. It used AES-128, which is something that hasn't been violated yet. Maximum density, LoRaWAN is much higher than Wi-Fi. Energy consumption, LoRaWAN has about 10% the regular consumption of Wi-Fi.
Se habilitarmos o EC
delivery assurance,
na rede LoRaWAN,
if we enable REC in LoRaWAN, we can guarantee the package is delivered, reach much higher, and latency was smaller or lower. We use MQTT because it is a much lower payload protocol, as we were just streaming minimum data, temperature, humidity, open and closed doors. MQTT is a protocol that provided all we needed. And we could monitor it through a broker, understanding all of that. Our monitoring status is SABEX. It connects through the broker. Open doors or closed doors depended on immediate signal. When someone opened the door, the signal would be sent, and it's translated into alarm. Temperature and humidity collected every 5 minutes because there is not that much of variation, unless there is a disaster. But open and closed doors are quite of concern. So this was our case study, something that has been in operation for nearly 1 year, no major issues. And this is a product that ASAP has to provide to you, and we can deliver that to any client that wants to have a hack with us. Thank you very much.
Gostaria de convidar a Sirium.
Let me invite Sirium now.
Yuri Menk, por favor, Yuri.
Yuri Menk.
Boa tarde a todos. Muito obrigado.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much.
Pode disparar vídeo, por favor?
I think I have a video to show. I think no, I have a video to show. Welcome to Data Center C1, part of Sirium ecosystem, top 3 among the most connected data centers in São Paulo, a digital ecosystem with 500 companies, 777 autonomous systems, appearing with 12 partners and over 30 network providers, SAO1 drivers, a carry-nature solid and in expansion ecosystem, robust infrastructure, 20 megawatts of potency, over 1,300 hacks, and direct access to Google Clouds. SAO1 operates according to international standards with regulatory compliance that ensure quality and security, reliability, personalized service, and flexibility. SAO1 is ideal as a secondary site for those that already operate with other providers. It is much more than infrastructure. This is exactly where the digital ecosystem of Sirium gets into life.
Muito obrigado a todos aí pela atenção.
Thank you very much for your attention. We just ask AI to speak on our behalf, and then we don't have to do anything else. Everyone gets time. Of course, I'm not going to repeat what I've shown you. Sirium is probably known by all of you. It operates AS336 in Latin America. We are present in 7 countries, and we've been investing in the region. We've launched some expansions as the one in São Paulo, new data centers in Chile, Peru.
Em desenvolvimento aqui no Brasil também.
Some new launches in Brazil as well. And the most important thing is that you can participate as partners of this ecosystem and rely on this investment, bring your own clients and operate with your brand, your service to the different markets where you are located. This is what we would like to invite you. We are we have a booth here, and you can offer this service to your customers as well. André Lopes, please, with Telxus.
André, por favor.
Gente, eu vou pedir favor, tá? Se vocês puderem ser super rápidos aí, que a gente
So I'd like to ask you all to be quite fast because we are running really late.
Boa tarde. Obrigado a
Hello,
todos.
good afternoon.
Ao IX pelo convite, aos parceiros.
I'd like to thank IAX for the invitation, partners in IT, telecom. I'm here speaking on behalf of Telxus, which is a company belonging to Telefônica.
Sua caminhada com cabos
and it started working with submarine cables. in 2000, South American one. It is a cable that goes around Latin America, and since then, we understood that investing in submarine cables was the future of world connectivity. We have 8 or 9 projects ongoing and 2 more of submarine cables. We've covered 100,000 global kilometers of high-capacity submarine cables. We wanted to show our network. In it, POP, that POP that we are represented, we have the need of data centers, not only because it drives the evolution of the country and the place where it is, with many different drivers, fully discussed through redata. It explains really what we want to happen with energy, jobs, evolution, everything that is good. And to do that, we need connectivity, excellent data centers, and for it to become a reality, we need connectivity. Texas Cable and data centers have IP products, transport networks, in all different subdivisions, collocation. In each point of presence of the submarine cable, we have data centers closer to global connectivity. And to have this connectivity. And here we have other products, security, CDM, we have different products. But in this forum that we were invited to talk about, I would like to talk about the data center. We have collocation. We provide some service modalities, such as Cloud Connect, and we invest on it. To give this possibility to clients. And this is an example of our data center in our submarine cables. And these are the different places where we are. Quite okay, right? Thank you all very much. You can access telxus.com. Thanks, everyone.
Gostaria de convidar a BR Digital.
BR Digital.
Por favor, Klaus.
Klaus.
Bom, boa tarde.
Good afternoon. Let me thank Galvão. Thank you for the opportunity of introducing my company. BR Digital is a company that has been a partner of NIC.br. We have 15 IX points throughout the country, one of them being implemented. BR Digital is the ISN better connected in Brazil, and we are present in all of those where we provide infrastructure, and we participate in some of the international IX, and we run open policies in all of them. We have good connectivity because we work very openly with all our participants. Now, speaking about our company, BR Digital has 14,000 coverage of metropolitan cables, 30,000 of fiber backbone, 642 presence points, 10 data centers in the most important cities of the country, and we participate in international IX, the most important ones.
Dessa infraestrutura toda que nós temos,
of all this infrastructure,
levamos todos os nossos clientes
we
até
take
todos
all our clients to all the IX points, all of those that participate in our data center. We have a wide variety of interconnection, and we can take all our clients to data centers where there is IX with the lowest latency possible. Thank you very much. Thank you, Klaus.
Gostaria de convidar o Gustavo Pereira, da Eleia Data Center.
I'd like to invite Gustavo Pereira from Eleia Data Center.
Boa tarde, pessoal.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is a huge pleasure, Galvão, to be here. We always came to those events as data center, so we have some space to share with everyone. I'm Gustavo Pereira. I'm a Director of Technology, Network Technology at Eleia. So we have our presentation here.
A vibrant city that blends creativity, sustainability, and brilliant minds. Rio de Janeiro is Latin America's capital of innovation. Set between natural wonders and with a dynamic urban pulse, Rio is uniquely positioned to lead the shift toward a greener and more technological future. This is why Rio AI City by Eleia Data Centers is a pioneering global project. Conceived to advance the future of artificial intelligence and cloud computing, Rio AI City places sustainability at the heart of its concept. Coming years, Rio AI City is expected to scale up to 1.5 gigawatts and then reach an impressive 3.2 gigawatts of capacity. Rio AI City, the future is now, and it starts here.
Então, gente, a Eleia hoje já está presente com 9 data centers.
Eleia is present with 9 data centers spread throughout Brazil, 100% clean energy. We take it very seriously. All actions are sustainability. We're a great advocate that data center doesn't need water. People need to know about that. We support, and technology can be working jointly with the environment. And our Rio AI City project that is starting with the RJ1, just for you to know all the contents streamed from Google, the match that unfortunately we lost. We had 800 gig traffic live streamed from the website. You can open the IX website. We streamed one of the largest pixels in Rio. All the data center have a presence point of NIC.br. It's a great pride for us to be working with NIC.br, saying that data center and the community of ISPs and sustainability, they can all work together. Okay, thank you very much for the time. Thank you, Gustavo. Well, lastly, before our beer, I'd like to invite Equinix, Carlos Aguiar. Cadu, please.
Muito boa tarde.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. Of NIC to make this presentation. Thank you for the constant partnership we have with NIC.br and all our data centers. I'd like to tell you a bit about not specifically data center. We are a data center company. We try to develop more than that, which is the ecosystems and interconnection systems. I'll talk a bit about the base of global data centers of Equinix to give you an idea of the volume and importance of our infrastructures globally in distributing contents and interconnections throughout the world. We're talking about 77 meters in 36 countries, including obviously Latin America. We've recently expanded to a continent we had no operations, as for example, Africa. Once again, I emphasize the great goal of Equinix is not to evolve from data centers, but the infrastructure that enables the development of those ecosystems and the interconnection systems. We're talking today about a total of 500,000 interconnections existing in our infrastructure around the world, more specifically Latin America, including Brazil. We try to develop and expand in the best way possible the whole infrastructure to enable the connection of the infrastructures and connection. We have a bit of Latin America. We have U.S. markets. Those data centers are extremely relevant for content distribution and for the very connection of Latin America. And then you can see that we have by IBXs developed 6 expansions, and between 2025 and 26, more recent projects, RJ3, and we welcome this month of RJ3 and RJ2. Other projects to be announced. More recently, we'll see a new campus of São Paulo being enabled with SP6 and SP7, and we have this project for 4 data centers. We tend to expand not only in Brazil. Obviously, today, the availability of data centers in Brazil is limited to the 2 main centers. We expect to expand to other geographies, but if we look at the whole of Latin America, where the footprint is quite significant, the whole ecosystem. And this map of data centers has a whole interconnection. It's all interconnected through a platform called Fabric, as well as connectivity within data centers. That's something that is of great concern to Equinix. I'd like to thank you all very much. Any questions, any topics you'd like to discuss, we're totally available in our booth upstairs. Thank you. Thank you, Cadu.
Bom, acho que é isso. A gente vai encerrar aqui.
This is it. We're going to wrap up the first day of our IX Forum. I'd like to invite you all to be here for our second day. And on Friday, we have the backup forum. I think this is it. For those who have this translation, the translation headset, do not forget to return it as you leave. And tomorrow you can pick them up again. Thank you.